go ahead and call the meeting to order. We'll go ahead and start with roll call. Trustee Martinez?
Present.
Trustee Tosti?
Here.
Trustee Mark?
Here.
And Trustee Torres de Luna? And Trustee Grist is on vacation. So do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I make a motion that we convene in closed session. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. welcome back. Before we get started, do we have someone who can do the flag salute? Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We do not have any announcements from closed session, and we want to welcome our partners here from HESTA and CSEA, and do we have somebody else who's going to be here? But
We have, no, that is a CTA rep, the name tag?
oh, right here. Okay. Okay, so welcome, and we wanted to go ahead and start with you all and have you present some information that you wanted to share with us.
Yeah, so thank you everyone for inviting HESTA. I'm Nicole Felkins. I'm the president of HESTA. This is
I'm Cheryl Rios, the vice president of HESTA.
And I'm Patrick Larabelle, the treasurer of HESTA.
yes, so he's our numbers guy, and in a little bit he's going to present the numbers that CTA, well, that you provided us, but that CTA churned through their program to get the charts that we have. And I just again want to thank you all for having us here. I think having open, frank dialogue is very important. And just like how, at the beginning of every staff meeting at Maze, we have a social contract and we pick one idea, one value that we want to implement for the meeting. And I think just having a collaborative discussion, if we can just all agree and I guess agree to disagree, I suppose. But we are dealing with numbers here. And yeah, all right. Thank you so much.
All right, so,
Let's see, when the presentation comes up, we have
Okay.
a clicker here.
sounds good. Thank you. All right, so we have a slideshow here that came from CTA. The district provided a DAT file to CTA, which is just like an amalgamation of all the district's numbers. And it is current up to the second interim report. I should probably stand up, I guess. So, just to be clear, you can't really see the bottom of it here, but this is the budget from June of '21. This is the first interim, which was December of '21, and this is the second interim, which is June of '22. Oh,
Great, thank you.
Perfect. That makes it a lot easier. And then these are numbers from 2021, and then the year before that, 2019 and 20. So these are just LCF funds that we've, the district has gotten in. I'm not going to go through every single slide because it's pretty long. For you all.
Can you?
Okay, so this is. Okay. So, one slide here.
Is the clicker not attached to?
He's just trying to
Okay.
adjust the screen.
Okay.
Right there. That's the one.
Hi guys.
Okay. So, our federal revenue was projected in the beginning of the year to be very low, which you noticed was unreliable. Last year was at 8.9 million, and it turned out thus far to be 11.9 million. That's what the district is projecting our federal revenue will be for the year. State revenue, again, this is what the district is projecting we'll get for the year. 10 million, roughly 10 million, a little less than last year. Other local revenue, we're projected at 5 million versus the 4.3 we received last year. And total revenues are 84 million projected, which is up 7-ish from last year. Okay, which leaves our total available funds for the year. I forgot my notes. Total available funds for the year at 95 million, almost 96, which is well up from past years. It's up 10 million from our COVID year, up 20 million from our pre-COVID year. And it's up almost 13 million from what was projected at the beginning of the year when we started believing we were in a deficit. Okay. So these are our salaries here. In the original budget that was unreliable, is 26. It's projected now that 31 million, almost 32, will be spent on certificated salaries. So that's teachers, counselors, I think that's it, right?
Psychologists,
Psychologists.
SLPs.
Okay, thank you. I
School
should have asked you
nurse.
that question. Right. Thank you, Superintendent. Okay. Can skip that one. And then administrator salaries here. For some reason, they thought that would go down coming into this year, but instead it actually went up from last year. Not by a lot, but by about 600,000. And then our classified salaries, which started the year being projected at just under 10 million, and now it's up over 11 million, which is 2 million more than in 2021. Now, here's where we will have a question in a little bit, but I'm going to try to stay where I'm going to try to present this, and Nicole's going to have to present the questions that we have based on it.
Mhm.
With all those increases in salary that we just saw, which was over about 8 million increase in salaries.
Mhm.
The benefits stay the same. They don't move up except for about 600,000 from the previous year, which we found very confusing because you have to take a plan of some sort in the district. You're not able to opt out of the health plans. So, we found it confusing that the salaries are projected to go up so much, but the benefits are projected to stay exactly the same.
And are you meaning benefits as in just health and welfare or PERS and STIRS?
These benefits here
Yes.
include all,
Mhm.
STIRS, everything. We get to actual health benefits a little later on.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, and then this is STIRS, but it's hard to say much about this because for whatever reason, the first interim, it was projected as 0. But the STIRS contributions made for staff are actually expected to be a little bit lower than previous years, or at least 21. All right, and then all employee health benefit expenditures. Again, you can see with all the salary increases, you would expect that we would be spending more like first interim said, which was unreliable though. And we were actually only spending 400,000 more on health benefits in particular, despite 8 million projected increase in salaries. I'm skipping a lot of slides because the second slide just shows the percentage of the budget, which kind of doesn't really matter with this discussion at this point. So total salary and benefit costs is 69,351,000. So that is up from last year by 10 million. But here's something that is important. When the first interim budget was reported, it was reported that we were at 93% staffing, and I believe that's what the county was under the impression of too. However, that was only taking into consideration unrestricted funds. We met with our CTA rep to discuss this and see if that's like norm, and she represents over a dozen different districts in the area, and we're the only one that did that, and she hasn't seen that before. A lot of salaries are paid out of restricted funds, so you have to take unrestricted and restricted together to get an accurate percentage of how much of the budget is being paid for employee salaries and benefits. And we're at 85%, which, as was shown in previous presentations by Superintendent Sanchez and
Scott's good.
Interim CFO. Sorry, I was trying to come up with a title.
You're all right.
Okay, right, so what we had said was like 88 to 90% is what's median, right? That's where we should be. And in fact, this is before any layoffs or anything else, we are lower than that. We're at 85%. So,
And this is with unrestricted and restricted money.
together, right, as it should be because salaries are paid out of
Yes.
restricted. Okay, books and supplies budget. So, Javier. So the unreliable budgets, right, were all over the place. There was 3 million projected in the first one, then, the original budget, then 10 million in the first interim, and now we're at 2.7 million. Which you can see is higher than 3 years before. This one was high because that was when we adopted the new history and science curriculum for middle school.
And Chromebooks?
And Chromebooks, and we bought Chromebooks, right. Other than that, you can see in the years past, we've spent this much and 2.4 at that point for whatever reason. And that's percentage, that doesn't really matter. Services and other operating expenses. Let's see. I've memorized parts of this and not others, so.
Maybe we can go to total outgo next?
Well, this one actually is kind of important too, because this is, what consulting fees, attorney fees, auditors and conferences are paid out of.
Okay,
And you can see that typically it's between 5 and 6 million, but this year it's up at 8, due to things going on. The only other year it was close was when we had a lot of, sped lawsuits here, so we're pretty high on this expense this year. Okay, total outgoing. So our total outgoing funds this year are 81.5 million, which is 14.5 million less than our incoming funds, which were at 95,707,000. You can see this is up from every previous year still. It's even up 8 million from what we originally projected when we thought we were in a deficit. So, right, there's that. And so our ending balance this year should be $14,185,959, which is approximately 12.5% as reserves. So that's where we were in previous years when things had gotten very positive for our budget. Restricted ending balance. Now this one is definitely interesting because in years past it's been about 1.7, 1.2, 1.3, and then this year it jumped way up to 9.2 million. Now part of that I know is to pay for SEL team, things that we have this year, right? But that salary is coming out of restricted fund, which is why we should be looking at our total percentage going to salaries out of both combined because we are paying salaries from there. And it also jumped about 7 million from the original point that it was. So there was a lot of money transferred from unrestricted to restricted. And then our total unrestricted ending balance is opposite. So when you look at this here, that dropped about 4 million, right? And it's like 5 million less than 2020, 2021, and then still less than even the pre-COVID years. Yeah, so we are there. Is that it?
That's it.
That's it. All right, and that's my presentation, so thank you.
Thank you. Sure. You know, we've taken so many notes. We know that you guys have worked tirelessly, that the district has worked tirelessly over these numbers. And we do have a lot of questions. And if you're not able to answer tonight, we get it if you can answer later. But I'm hoping by now maybe you've become experts on this. So you keep referring to a letter you received from the county that you're in deficit spending. They sent the letter in January, and they keep referring to the first interim, which we know Mr. Bishop, the person who's the expert, the consultant. Yes, he said first interim is wrong, so I'm wondering, is there an updated letter by the county for second interim?
Do they do that? Do we know? Did the county send another letter?
Sure. Yeah. So second interim is still being analyzed by the County Office of Ed. They will issue another letter.
Okay.
This time, it is a different circumstance in the sense of second interim also included a board-approved fiscal stabilization plan that will need to also be analyzed. And that plan included the resolutions for the layoff. In your packet today, you have a copy of the February 9th letter that the County Office of Education issued the district at a meeting that indicated what they determined to be factual in regards to the financial status in February. And we will be reviewing that during our portion of the presentation.
And actually, to that end, I think that hold your questions. I think the best way to proceed is for the superintendent to present her material and
Great.
then we see what washes out.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before that though, I wanted to provide CSEA with an opportunity if they had anything to present tonight.
Not tonight, we don't. We're kind of taking in where we're at so far.
Thank you.
There's only another thing that I would add, in that the first interim had a target that was much lower in terms of need, in terms of the deficit was smaller than we discovered that it is in the second interim. And so the first interim needs that you see in that letter are less than what we discovered in the second interim, which means more was needed and more was discovered within the second interim than in the first. The first was a noble effort. The first adopted budget was completely unreliable. So the only benefit, or the thing we could add, is that the second interim was done line by line. It was from scratch. And so as you can see with some of the graphs and the things that we saw, the variation, the variability, that's not something anyone's going to argue. I think the point of the second interim being a reliable place in terms of where our numbers are and where they are going is the position that I would advocate or add to.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Before we get started, it's okay, I think to what Nicole was doing earlier, I think of just setting the tone. I appreciate, I think it is. I think we also come in a collaborative way. I think we as a collective board here have been talking about having this kind of workshop for some time. So that we can be transparent, so that we can talk things through, ask those questions, right, look at these differences, and then for the community to know what are the numbers and then how do we move forward. So I think that it's good for us to be honest, to be respectful, as going to your, kind of the guidelines that, you offer to as a collaboration. And yeah, it's okay to agree to disagree sometimes, like, well, I see this and, but this is our way, I think, to really bring that trust back together through this process. So thank you for being willing.
Thank you.
All right. So would you like me to proceed with the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here on spring break week. I know that it's a tough sometimes sell to have a meeting during spring break when we've all worked so hard to try to enjoy some time. But nonetheless, thank you all. In the spirit of the theme in regards of our school district does employ social contracts. Our board has a social contract as well. And one word comes to my mind tonight, and that is grace. And to me, grace symbolizes the fact that we will listen to each other with an open mind, we'll ask the questions. It's encompassing the respect, it's encompassing the collaboration piece as well. So that is one that I will be reflecting upon tonight as we present and engage in the conversation with both of our educational partners, the audience, and our governing board. All right, so our understanding, we would like to have a review of some facts, and I think that will allow for us to move forward with a conversation if we all have the understanding of where we're starting from. So I'd like to take the opportunity, we agree with what Patrick indicated, the 21-22 adopted budget it's not accurate, it's not reliable, it was not properly prepared, it did not fully recognize our expenditures or revenues. So if that budget was not accurate, we know for a fact that first interim is not accurate. So there is going to be deviations, and as was demonstrated in the presentation that Hesta gave, where one column goes up and the other one down and so on. So we agree with that. Staff also had a very limited time frame to work within first interim to prepare it. For second interim, however, it was done with a complete redo of the budget model. So we believe that second interim is accurate and reliable, and we stand with those numbers. We also have received guidance and directives and support from the San Miguel County Office of Education, which have been absolutely very instrumental in the process. We have had too many positions added to our books that we cannot afford with the total unrestricted general fund. And we will go into that. We completed a $5.9 million shift in salaries. This was necessary to contain the deficit. It was higher than what we projected in first interim. HSD has not reduced staff compensation or health and welfare benefits. I've gotten that question quite a bit. The governing board took action to eliminate or reduce 59.55 FTE of certificated, classified, and unrepresented employees, and we'll talk about why that was necessary. The reductions were broad and horizontal across the district. That is because we still retain the right to make the decisions within our district. We looked at many different positions. However, we did not cut deep into the district the way that has happened in the past, and we'll talk more about that. So this is a broad approach, not a deep approach. Also, the district's responsibility is to maintain the legal compliance of the district. Some more facts for today are that there is an increase in compensation costs. Those compensation costs include an increase to staff, particularly to staff Rancho Santana School, our new school. We also added positions for social workers, school counselors, mental health therapists, a school nurse, custodians, yard duties, special education teachers, instructional assistants, and paraprofessionals. Those positions are new this year. Some of those plans were years in the making. Some of those plans came to fruition this year, but initiated last school year. We have received several communications from the San Miguel County Office of Education regarding the 21-22 budget, and we are providing those copies in your packet tonight. On February 9th, 2022, the SBCOE met with HSD staff and our board president to discuss the following. HSD was at that time operating with a structural deficit in its unrestricted general fund. So we'll talk more about unrestricted general funds and why there is a focus on unrestricted general fund. So if we look at the numbers in 21-22, this current year, at that time in February, we were told that we were deficit spending by $4.8 million. Next year by $5.7 million. In 23-24 by $3.2 million. That was prior to any of the staff reductions. HSD was cautioned to not rely on projected revenue since the governor's 22-23 budget was not yet finalized. It was also determined that HSD did not meet its reserve requirement in 22-23 without instituting reductions. The county also let us know that the 1% increase for HESTA and CSEA were not sustainable on an ongoing basis. HSD was also required to submit a fiscal stabilization plan along with second interim that identified the specific expenditure reductions and/or revenue enhancements necessary to fund the ongoing costs of the salary increase. This was all part of the February 9th letter. Move forward. We're almost done with the facts. The fiscal stabilization plan, we were told, should not include any unallocated or contingent expenditure reductions or revenues. We had to be very specific and tie the fiscal stabilization plan to current positions. It also indicated that if the governing board did not take any action, then the county superintendent is prepared to take further actions that may include identifying the district as a lack of going concern and assigning a fiscal advisor with stay and rescind over governing board actions. That is a very serious bullet point. What that means is that we would absolutely lose a say as to what happens in our district. Our board members would become volunteers, essentially, and they would not have the authority to make decisions for the district. We have so far avoided that action because they have been courageous and they have looked at different avenues of making reductions to avoid the fact that potentially a fiscal advisor would oversee the entire district. We're also in the process of assessing class sizes at our comprehensive middle schools for the 22-23 school year. Our outgoing 8th grade class is quite large. Our incoming 6th grade class is very small compared to the outgoing 8th grade class. We're looking at projected 22-23 enrollment. We're looking at confirmed TK and kinder enrollment. We're currently completing the P2 attendance report. We're currently consulting with our educational partners for LCAP feedback. We're consulting with San Benito County Office of Education for further guidance, and we continue to consult with Mr. Michael Bishop and Associates on a daily basis. There's many, many more facts available on our presentations and on our board meetings. So feel free, if anyone is interested, to consult with the board packets. You can move up. Thank you. So we've talked about the contents of the February 9th board meeting, but I'm going to take a little bit and give us a minute to review one of the paragraphs in the letter. It's in your packet. If you go towards the middle, I apologize that the page numbers did not appear on this packet, but I will read some key sentences. The paragraph is the conclusion of the letter. And here's a sentence that we need to focus on. The governing board approved the presented TA's tentative agreements, knowing that the fiscal status of the district now, the board must take immediate action to address the long-term impact of the settlement. This is talking about the 1% for HESTA and CSEA on the district's escalating structural deficit spending in 21, 22, and beyond. Therefore, the governing board will be required to develop and submit a detailed fiscal stabilization plan that identifies the specific expenditure reductions and/or revenue enhancements necessary to fund the ongoing costs of the salary increase. The SP must also restore reserves to the minimum level in all fiscal years. This plan had to have been board approved and incorporated into second interim, which triggered the reductions which triggered all of the different discussions that we needed to have to reflect in second interim. That's what that means. The plan should not include any unallocated or contingent expenditure reductions or revenues. Should the governing board fail to submit a FSP that addresses the concerns identified in this letter, the county superintendent is prepared to take further action that may include identifying the district as a lack of going concern and assigning a fiscal advisor with stay and rescind authority over governing board actions. Our board is doing all that they can and is employing every measure of caution as we move forward through this challenging time. It is a tough time to be a board member right now. That's not lost on any one of us.
No.
It is a very difficult time. However, we have to celebrate the fact that our board is conscious and does want the best for our district, and they're doing the best that they can with the circumstances. Can we move it forward? So what have we done to achieve fiscal stabilization? So we're consistent in budget update reports at the board meetings that provides transparency. And through the superintendent's report, which is typically tied to budget, that's what that bullet is talking about. We're looking at the LCAP process currently, and we're in the middle of educational partner consultation meetings, surveys, discussion points, meetings, to consult with the different educational partners. Our board also has the ability to look at who retires, who resigns, or who gets hired, thank you, at every monthly board meeting, as does the public. It's a monthly personnel report that our HR staff puts together. The board also is able to look at and scrutinize the board warrants, so there's no question as to what money is being expended in the district. There is also a monthly approval process for the contracted services that appear in the board packets. We have also engaged in a review of the last 15 months worth of budget cycles, as was discussed at the February 15th special board meeting. We're working towards targets of fiscal solvency. We'll get into deeper detail as to what does that mean. We've explained how did we get here. We've heard that loud and clear from the community. We've heard that from our educational partners. We've heard it from the board. I've asked myself, how did we get here? It's a valid question. We've had timely and accurate submission of AB 1200 disclosures to the San Bernardino County Office of Ed as applicable. That took place in January of this year. We've hired a financial consultant and expert, Mr. Michael Bishop and Associates, at the November 16th board meeting. We've hired an interim CBO, Mr. Scott Wilbur, on February 1st, 2022. We've had board approval of a fiscal stabilization plan at the March 14th special board meeting. And we've submitted to the county on the 15th that approved fiscal stabilization plan. We have a few more steps to review. There are many more, but these are the key ones that we're going to dive into. We had approval of reductions in force. There were separate resolutions for certificated, classified, and non-represented groups on March 3rd. When we applied those reductions to the work being done in second interim, we saw that those reductions were not sufficient. The deficit was greater than what first interim indicated, and we are reviewing again. First interim was not reliable because adopted budget was not reliable. So therefore, our Board of Trustees took the very challenging situation and moved forward with further recommendations for reductions on March 10th, which were necessary to meet the criteria and the guidelines of the fiscal stabilization plan that was required by the February 9th letter by the County Office of Ed. Without those reductions, or the implementation of the reductions, we will not meet the criteria of a balanced budget, or even a positive budget, because we're still deficit spending. We're currently in the process of reductions in force, and we're having today's workshop with our educational partners, our board, HESTA, and Classified, so that we can talk about what kinds of questions there are and what kinds of information can the team, I would say this is a collective team, discuss to help us better understand the situation. Next slide, please. So, this is a very key moment. Not only have we taken the steps to stabilize the district in a very strategic manner, we've made the difficult decisions, but we're also having to look at what makes up our budget. There's been a lot of talk, and part of the presentation that we heard a little while ago was the discussion about unrestricted and restricted funds. So unrestricted funds are provided for the general and discretionary needs of the district. We are measured by our unrestricted funds. FICMAT focuses on unrestricted funds. Some of the criteria for a successful budget, according to the CDE, criteria number 5 is the level of expenditures related to salaries on the unrestricted funds. Restricted funds come from state and or federal sources and are available for use only within the programs and purposes for which they are granted. One example are migrant funds. Migrant funds are super supplemental. We cannot use them to supplant things in the district. They are restricted. We cannot use them to pay for a general education teacher in a classroom because it is not meeting the criteria of what migrant funds are meant to be used for. Our County Office of Ed also measures our ratio of staffing based on unrestricted funds. We as a district team, as a governing board, had this discussion. This date has come up at our board meetings before. So we have a little clip where we as a team are discussing future restricted funds. It's about 5 minutes. What it will be is a review of our understanding of restricted funds and how they expire, how they are used for specific things, and the commentary that we as a team had is quite interesting because we are acknowledging that we are about to get funds into our district. We talk about how should they or can they go to salaries? Should they or can they go to specific items? What should we do? This team created a very good and student-centered plan. We hired staff to work with our students. We hired staff to meet the social emotional needs of our students. We need that. We hired other staff. The issue then becomes, when these restricted funds go away, how are we going to pay for those people because they are earning a salary every month? If you can help me click by clicking on the link, it should be set to 1 hour and 21 minutes, I believe. What, oh? about these concepts. We will be engaging in many more conversations. There you go. If you can move it to 121, please. 121.30 even, if that's okay. So at this time, we're talking about restricted funds coming in. Right, that's good. And what we're gonna do, these are good things. SEL is good. Thank you. We're going to shift our mindset and start thinking about what it is that we need, what it is that we want, and what it is that we can afford, knowing that these restricted funds are gonna run out. That will be the purpose of showing the way that our conversations have evolved.
The other thing to add in that too is also the benefits and the costs that come along with the salaries too. It's also balanced against the restricted funds as a measure of our health.
Thank you.
Sometimes if the video hasn't tried to load, it won't play.
This is where we also have to use our
Want to
grace.
advance.
Be patient.
Be patient.
This is like being in the classroom.
Yeah.
You know, we have to sometimes improvise, we have to be
Yes.
flexible, and
Yes. Like when the internet shut down, my kids were taking a test on Google Forms. Oh.
so you can, if you wanna keep working on that, Ian, and then I'll just continue with the different pieces. Appreciate it. Let me fast forward in my packet. So on February 15th, one big event took place for the district. We were able to have a presentation by our financial consultant, Mr. Michael Bishop, who thoroughly explained what was taking place, because he looked at all of these different budget cycles for the last 15 months. So I'm not going to spend too much time because this is going to be a review. However, he looked back and did identify the fact that there was great variability. There was a need to look at our revenues, our expenditures, our surplus, our deficits. There was the indication at that time by an expert that our adopted budget, everything that we based our expenses on and our incoming revenues on was unreliable. Therefore, at that time, we knew that all the work that we had done probably we'd have to take a closer look at it. If we can move the slide forward, yes?
So you're saying the original budget for the 21-22 was unreliable, not the first interim? Because the
Well-
first interim, I'm assuming, was done by Mr. Bishop, correct?
No.
Who
So-
did the first interim?
So, our interim director at that time and the associate, Laura Pham, they're the two that presented, if you remember, December 14th. So what I'm saying is, we've been saying all along that the adopted budget that was created last year, board approved June 30th, is unreliable. It's that example that I gave, I believe in March, that the foundation of a house, if it's not solid, if it's rotten, we built everything up for this year on that rotten foundation. So what we had to do with second interim is take that foundation, take the house apart, take the foundation apart, build a new foundation, and build second interim on top of that. If adopted budget's not reliable, then first interim is not going to be reliable. which we found.
Right, so then my question going back to the budget is generally created based on certain assumptions given to us by, right? COLA, the internal, what we do with that, the hiring, et cetera. That's an internal process, right? That based on, from Patrick's presentation, the original budgets were 73,000 supposed, 73 million in expenses and 71 million in revenues. But yet, we hired so many more people than what our budget at the time was created to absorb, right? And then the second interim, or the first interim showed we were at 83 million in projected expenses and 82 million in revenues. So a little better, because if I'm looking at what our current second interim is line by line, the difference, we actually went up in revenues and went down in expenditures. If that's a more accurate reflection of what was actually going on, Because now we're saying we're gonna be getting 84 million in revenues, and we'll be spending 81 million.
So adopted budget, you're correct. Adopted budget did not accurately reflect all of the revenue.
Correct.
Adopted budget did not accurately reflect the COLA. Adopted budget did not accurately reflect the true number of staff that remained on the books. Adopted budget did not reflect the 4.5% or the 1%.
Correct.
First interim did not reflect the 4.5% or 1%. First interim was based upon incorrect numbers and assumptions. So therefore, second interim does reflect a higher revenue because we are taking into account the COVID money or the CARES money that came in. But second interim also reflects the March 3rd and March 10th reductions in staff. So the cost will go for the projected, the multi-year projections.
Yeah, but not current year.
Not current year.
Yeah,
Not 21,
so I'm talking
22,
about
yeah.
current year, not even talking about multi-year, because that's a whole different conversation. So I'm just talking about this current year. And what we anticipated was, we kept saying the first interim is unreliable, but I don't see much of a, I actually see the opposite of what happened. We actually got more in revenue, and we are less in expenditures than we anticipated from the first interim. So that's where I'm trying to consolidate where our balances are, right?
So are you looking at the unrestricted and the restricted together? Are you looking at the unrestricted versus the restricted?
No, well, when I look, and because I do this for San Benito High School, so I'm always dissecting there, and theirs is a general fund. It's always projecting everything. I've never seen a budget dissected by just unrestricted. And, again, assumptions are based on what we think will happen, correct? So a budget represents the very best that we can afford for our students and staff. The accuracy of the district's budget projection is only as good as the assumptions that are used in the developing of the budget. If the assumptions are wrong, so too will the budget. Since it is impossible to accurately predict all the assumptions that are needed in a budget development, the budget and the assumptions are updated 3 times a year. The original budget is adopted after the original budget is adopted. The assumptions are updated with a revision that occurs within 45 days after the adoption of the state budget, and with 2 interim reports that are delivered to the board in December and March of each fiscal year. And that, from what I understand, shows everything. Doesn't separate it out. I've never seen a budget separated out to just show me unrestricted, because we live in both sides of the house.
Well, if we're gonna adjust and look at the budget from an unrestricted and restricted side together, we have to adjust our assumptions. And those are the
But
words.
that's how a budget should have been created from the very beginning.
Well, that was before my time. And what I can say is that I came on February 8th, and that was after the second interim time period closed up to January 31st. And so as a person coming in and looking at most objective view possible, I have a chance to have a few things or a few benefits. One, I can take a look at what the revenue is from an accurate perspective 2/3 through the year. I can also look at expenses and costs and things that have been accumulated from the start of the year. And I also had the time expertise and the abilities to look with Michael Bishop and past CBOs that we've had here and with some of the training I've had to go through 3,500 lines of budgets and put those together, not only where we are at the moment, but also looking at what we think, and that's the assumption piece you're looking at, that we could use to get to the close of the year. And in rebalancing all those numbers and all those situations, we have a very good view of the unrestricted and restricted. The reason we look at the unrestricted is the measure that the county and FCMAT uses to decide the ability we have to make decisions to support our program. Restricted funds are wonderful, and they provide a wonderful service for us, but they're not convertible. It's not easy to move them or use things. So usually we try to use restricted funds first, and we then try to use unrestricted funds afterwards. The challenge is, percentage-wise, in terms of the amount of choice you have, is very narrow in schools. And so the reason we looked at the 93% is you take your unrestricted funds, you put your salaries and your benefits for your employees, you put them together. You
But you're
divide that by the
including all
total.
employees
Well,
within that unrestricted,
we-
and not all employees live in unrestricted
Certainly.
side of the house. That's what I'm trying to
Well,
understand.
that's what I'm trying to, let me respond. I'm 100% with your understanding with that question. And I have another way of looking at that if you want to switch it and look at both of the funds combined. Is that within our health and safety, is that when we have such narrow margins to meet the outcomes and we have such a high percentage of our salaries connected to the things we do, we're a people business. We provide services to children.
Right.
And we do that with the best intentions and the best hearts and best things possible. The challenge, though, comes that we have other expenses and other things we have to balance. The smaller your unrestricted fund gets in terms of the ability to move or to answer assumptions or variables or things that change within a year, the higher that percentage is with salaries and benefits, the less flexibility we have. When you reach a 93% threshold of unrestricted funds to salaries and benefits for certificated and classified and unrepresented, you have very little room to make changes through the years to meet outcomes. If you put both funds together, you have restricted funds that can only be spent on certain things, which, of course, we have staffing that supports that. The challenge, though, is when you have a first adopted budget that's not accurate, a first interim that's a good first interim in terms of trying to figure out where the issues are, and then you move to a second interim where you have a really good picture of where you are, you have to have the maximum flexibility to try to make sure you get through that year. If you're going to put both funds together, and the HESTA presentation did that to the tune of 85% or 86% of those combined, then there's another measure that the county likes to use, and they would say that you would need to be within an 82% range of your unrestricted and restricted together. But you still have to have, even with restricted funds, that flexibility piece too. So you're looking at an 83, 82% range if you put those funds together as a target to see if you have the abilities to make outcomes. The best, most, I guess the way that FCMAT uses it, the way the county uses it though, is to stay in that unrestricted and look at that as one of those measures because that's where you get to make changes. That's where you get to take your assumptions and you can adjust as the world changes, as the economics change. And when you want to look at your 3-year flexibility, the budget year you're in, second interim is that, next year's MYP, multiple year projection, and the one after, the one that you want to be able to have the most flexibility with and the health with to deal with things you don't know that's coming is the unrestricted. And that's where we like to use that.
Okay, so then, but having had that much in the unrestricted side is what gave us the ability to move it into the restricted because it wasn't you're not tying it to anything. So the ability to move $14,705,136 from unrestricted to restricted to cover our projected deficit of $7,585,000 is still leaving us with $7,119,741, which is left over. So then, if these funds came from unrestricted, why can't they be returned?
So that's the question that I don't understand, because unrestricted
They came
funds,
from unrestricted to pay for the deficit we had in the restricted side.
so you may have
And
charges.
those don't have ties to anything, because you keep saying we gotta live in the restricted side. But yet
I
we
never said
had
restricted side.
additional
I said unrestricted.
funds. You know, but you're saying we're having to look at our budget
Mhm.
just on one side of the house.
No, we have to look at both, but the overall, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna say, I think I can provide clarification. So we did not move 14,
Yes.
we
Yeah,
did
we
not
did.
move money from unrestricted to restricted. What we did is that, I'm gonna make myself as an example. If I was paid by the unrestricted fund and I met certain criteria for restricted funds, like custodians because they're mitigating COVID, like the school nurse because it was an addition above and beyond the base of the 2 school nurses and she was mitigating COVID, like some of the yard duties that were helping mitigate, you know, students from being less than 6 feet apart, like, you know, so on and so on. SEL, we charged their salaries from unrestricted to restricted.
Why?
Because we're trying to free up the deficit in unrestricted.
We didn't have a deficit in the unrestricted side. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Because they met the criteria to be funded out of restricted money, which we have restricted money. And it needs to be utilized with certain criteria. There was some money that was allocated to the district under the CARES funds that are tied to mitigating learning loss, COVID mitigation, expanded learning opportunities for students, and so on. So what we did is we shifted the account stream of certain staff members from unrestricted general fund to restricted dollars.
Which
Trustee
increased our
Martin.
deficit on the restricted side. That's what I don't understand.
We have
Why would
funds
we
on the
go-
restricted side, so that,
Excuse me?
if I could jump in, we have funds on the restricted side. So what happens if we had left those expenses on the unrestricted side, the cost would have been so great, we would have used up our unrestricted funds, and we wouldn't have been able, over the 3 years, to make our costs by switching the costs from unrestricted, which was a deficit that was very high. We took those costs and were able to pay for them with these magical, wonderful, one-time funds for COVID. So what we had is, think of it as 2 accounts. I'm going to use an example I used before. When we get a chance to have an allowance, we can spend it however we choose, the way we think is the best way to spend it. Restricted dollars have certain conditions or outcomes we have to meet, definitely. So the funds that we had, the positions that we had kept adding, were in unrestricted sides of the house, monies that we have the ability to choose and spend with, but it was at a very high rate. By taking those costs and moving them into the restricted, it lowered the amount of the unrestricted that we had and allowed us to have flexibility to move forward into year 2 and year 3 and not be in deficit spending. Because restricted dollars have limits and restrictions in how we can use it and where we can use it.
I get that. And we spent it on those areas that we needed to. So,
With
correct?
the shift, yes.
No, because you're saying the shift came from unrestricted.
No, I'm so sorry. The position was paid in an unrestricted budget, but by moving it,
Into the restricted, which increased our,
no, we were over
Our
already.
deficit.
We were already over in the
We
unrestricted.
had money in restricted.
right, but when I'm looking back at the budget, the second interim, right? I'm going off of what you presented that day. And so it said, in the unrestricted side, we had an excess of 10 million And on the restricted side, it said we had a deficit of 7.5 million
So where are
in
you?
the
So
second
Can
interim.
I find that? Where are you?
Before we get to that point, trustee Marks, I didn't hand out.
Well, I was just gonna restate what I think I remember hearing, which was the unrestricted funds is, the allowance, right? I mean,
Restricted is
we
your allowance.
have this much to work with.
Mhm.
And to be fiscally smart, we don't wanna spend it all.
That's only showing.
And in this year, we were able to divert some of the funds and pay them out of a different bank account in order to hold more in the unrestricted funds so that we were meeting our reserves to move forward, correct?
Mhm.
But those monies in the restricted funds are going away.
They're lessening. Yes.
So because of that, we've had to move them back to pay them out of the account that, the unrestricted, right?
Can you say that last part again? I'm not following the next one.
Because the monies that we diverted into the restricted fund are sort of going away.
The shift.
Yeah, that, we can no longer dip into that to pay some of our stuff. So we have to assume them again in the unrestricted funds, or they're gonna be spent out of the unrestricted funds, right?
Unrestricted funds allows us to pay for things over time
Right.
and support things over time. These restricted funds are one time and they have limits.
Right.
Mhm.
I think I'm saying what you're saying.
Yeah.
But because of that, that's when we came into the trouble that we were in, where we were like, okay, if all of this goes back over here, we don't have enough.
In the
And
unrestricted.
so we have to figure out how we get enough in the unrestricted in order
Yes.
to continue to do that, right?
Because that's sustainable. That's
Right.
the amount that we get.
And
we
that's
can
what the
make decisions
COE
on.
was requiring of us, was
Certainly.
this plan to show that we're gonna stay solvent for the next 3 years in the unrestricted.
Because we had a sustainable deficit in terms of, we kept spending down unrestricted reserves to the point where we weren't going to be able to
Right,
pay for them.
And I remember before I was ever on this board, watching a board meeting
Mhm.
where we were addressing the fact that next year was gonna be the worst of the 3 years. The worst of the 3 years. And that we needed to start planning then for the next year. And we're starting to realize it, but we realized it earlier than I think was anticipated.
Yes.
Okay.
So to give us, I think, to wrap up and to give us, I think, a little historical perspective as to while they work on, I think identifying what the specific questions are so we can answer trustee Martinez's question. If we review a little bit of how we started this conversation almost a year ago in regards to, at this point, we had not received, and we didn't even know how much restricted money we were going to get, but we knew it was coming. And we had the conversation that at that time, perhaps restricted funds cannot fund ongoing salaries. We talked about it as a team. If it's ready to go, if it's not, then we'll just forget that whole review.
So I won't play the verbal gymnastics with you. What I will say is, the point that I think Liz you're making is, there are some districts who are going to do things with that might make it hard for them to continue doing those things because of the type of purchases that they're making. So as an example, if we bought technology, that's a one-time purchase that down the line, you could put together some money in a few years to add a small amount to refresh and change it. But if we were
to grow the district in those areas of need, because the areas of need, I don't see like it disappearing, but that's, again, based on the input, and that's, the state, for families to understand where the funding is coming from, and how we can implement it, and what we can implement it on, is a lot trickier than for those that live with this on an everyday basis. So, and it's part of those stakeholder meetings to really incorporate what that looks like.
Go ahead. I'm also curious, I would think that the parents would have this question, can you explain a little bit, like, if in our household we were to receive a big lump sum, I would be like, I'm gonna go buy, a boat,
First thing.
Is it but, I also want to think about, can I save this money, any of these funds, can they be saved for rainy days? No, they must be used.
And what they're doing is they're giving you specified amounts for each one. So some of them have to be spent by August, this August. Others, next July, others, the following December. So each one comes with a different timeline and specific type of expense.
Just a suggestion. It seems to be like right now for the $5 million, we need to have kind of like a formula or an idea. This would qualify because it's a one-time only thing. It's not going to be a continuing expense, and have a category like that to use that money from. There's kind of things that we're thinking about getting. This would be the time to do that. Use that, and yeah, as you said, some of it has to be spent by August. Yeah, just make sure that whatever happens, it's not going to be a recurring expense. Obviously, this would be used for salaries. This wouldn't be, it would be like maybe buying a machine, something for the school district, things like that. One time only, and then it's only maybe maintenance after that. But those are the kind of things I think we need to provide.
So we started the conversation almost a year ago. I completely agree with Trustee Martinez. There are needs. Our students have needs. Every board member has talked about the needs. President Torres de Luna has talked about SEL and the passion for SEL and the need for SEL. We need it. We've talked about potential needs in IT, different items that we need. However, we are in the process, also what Trustee Martinez said and what Trustee Torres de Luna said, of engaging with partners, looking at different recommendations from staff to the board, looking at our consultation process. We did what at that time I believe was Trustee Kane, I don't think he was board president Kane at that time, he might have been. What we did this year to help reduce the deficit is that we did fund through the salary shift positions to restricted dollars, knowing that those restricted dollars have an end date, but we did it to reduce a deficit. That's what we did.
But can you explain why we watched that video? What was the purpose of us watching that? Because I don't think we're disputing that the restricted were restricted, the COVID money, I remember that conversation, and we had several about that.
Yes.
Where he talked about the paraprofessionals and this, and you can only use it one time, and so, how is that?
Yes.
And I understand that the reason we had to pay for some of our, staff had to come from the COVID money that
Yes.
qualified.
Yes.
Get all that.
So,
And in the LCAP,
yes,
right, it was spelled out
yes.
specifically that the social emotional staff, right, without putting in the PE staff, right? Get all that. So, but what's the purpose of watching that now?
Okay, so the title, if we go back one slide where that Google link is, I believe it says the conversation started.
Okay.
So I'm gonna tie in, sorry Javier, thank you. conversation began in the 21-22 school year. As I proceed, I'm gonna talk about what Mr. Bishop has
Got
said, what Mr.
Like a timeline.
Matt has said, and moving us forward.
Mhm.
So we're on the right track, the board is on the right track, the community's on the right track, we just need to continue the process.
Okay, and then I had a question
Okay.
before, if
Yes.
it's okay.
Before I continue.
When you all were talking and you mentioned, well, if you were to look at restricted and unrestricted, you would have to adjust the assumptions. What does that mean?
Well,
I'm assuming your assumptions are based on the attendance?
no, the assumption I was referring to, and it'll come up later, probably in our discussion, if I'm looking and thinking about where Hessa's presentation was going, is normally we use the unrestricted fund and percentage of salaries and benefits for classified and certificated as a percentage to give us the ability to realize how much flexibility we have going forward. If you were to combine restricted and unrestricted funds together and use another CBO county perspective, one that was shared even today, it's more like 80, it wouldn't be the 85, it'd be an 82%. So we're still over a percentage if we used our restricted resources to look at the overall hiring challenge of salaries and salaries that are good people, good things, good programs. But the question becomes, and the art of this is sustainability. And the restricted allows or limits what you can spend. It also gives you time frames. And when you hire, the commitments are longer because they are reoccurring costs with programs and things, which is why you always have to protect and look really specifically at the freedom you have in your unrestricted to manage assumptions or challenges or things that come.
But assumptions is something you think is gonna happen, right? And the salaries, the percentage should be a fact, right? Not an assumption.
Well, you can assume that salaries will go up, okay.
No,
Sorry, thank you.
no, what I
HR hat on.
what I like is Trustee Marks jumping in
I know.
because this is a collaborative discussion, and the only way that this is going to work is we bring all of our perspectives together.
But I wanna understand.
Certainly. So
it's
the
an
salary part
assumption.
you can project, definitely. But the other pieces of salaries over time is why you use the multi-year projection.
That's your assumption.
And well, it's assumptions of what our funding is, it's assumptions of what the COLA might be. We have to see into the future without knowing the
Got
future.
it.
And
Thank
the
you.
art of the multi-year projection is to figure out what that looks like over time and what flexibilities you can build into that to make sure that over a 3-year time period with all the things that can come, that you can still meet that outcome, support those services. And that brings a whole nother question later to talk about base programs, supplemental programs, and what is it that we can sustain for every child over time.
And I'm not disagreeing with anybody, I
not at all.
think what I'm wondering now is we have always functioned a certain way. The last, I've been on the board for 10 years. And for at least the 5 years that I've been here, we've done business a certain way. And this year, we're changing things up, which is, I think, what is causing so much distress in me as to why we're shifting things so drastically from our budget flipping from our unrestricted to restricted. Why do we feel we need to do that?
It's a great question.
And why can't, if it ain't broke, what are we fixing?
So I think
In that sense of keeping things the way, because again, our unrestricted is our safety net, is our area of, it's our bucket where we can pull from as we need it. Because there are no ties to that. So that's why and we've lived like this, even with Gabe being here, where our unrestricted was always a lot bigger bucket than our restricted.
Well,
And that's where I wanted to keep it. I'm just wondering why we're not, and we're doing just the opposite.
Because of the unique circumstances that COVID brought and the fact that federal and state funds became available to get past the thing that Trustee Marks was talking about. When she was looking at our board meetings years ago, we were looking at potential cuts because the economics situation was so dire. This was before the federal and state government stepped in to provide us huge amounts of funds with timeframes. And what's interesting about our approach is that we spent in the moment appropriately because we needed things in the moment. And we spent a large portion on some really important things. The challenge, though, is that the proportion of what we spent to also programs and grants that go for 3 years or 2 years is what do we need beyond this moment, and the intersection of things we love and we want versus things we need, we want, and can afford.
And I don't think we would take that away by just keeping things how we've done business for the last 5 years.
So let
That's
me jump in there, because there's a piece that you said that's really important, and I appreciate your history. I have been in the audience and I've watched history and your service and your commitment over those years. And what I'm trying to do and what we've been doing as fast as we can is to bring that certainty and consistency that was here when Gabe was here to our finances. The challenge is that before we can return to some of that predictable reliability, we have to deal with some things that occurred in the adopted budget, things that we know happened by the first interim where we already were on the radar. And then the terrible part, or the exciting part, or the part about being here the way that I am, is discovering what we discovered in the second interim. And what options and what time frame do we have to fix this? And what do we do to make sure that we get to make those decisions? And the part that I always appreciate about you is that you've always said, we don't ever want to do this again. We don't ever want to go back to those times. The courageous action that you took a few weeks ago with your colleagues was a part of that, because we aren't in that place because of those actions. And the discussions that we're having about the budget and the interplay and the collection of perspectives is worth investing in, because that's another reason or another way this won't happen again. And the question you asked was a great one. I have an answer for you, and it's a very good answer. I just wanted to make sure I knew where you were coming from. So when you're free, I'm happy to throw that at you because it's a good answer.
Well, I think it was something that I don't think I'm the only one that would want to hear the answer to. I don't know about the rest of you, but again, I spent like 3 hours trying to put questions on this Google Doc. So I'm actually on the Google Doc that I was referencing my questions. Yes.
Thank
and
you.
I dug through this thing, I spent 3 hours trying to figure this out and double checking, even numbers that Patrick presented tonight. For me, I'm all about the numbers don't lie. And I'm gonna go back to that and the history that I've seen and the projections that are there. And that's why I think, to me, I want us to really be truthful and go to what the facts are. And again, going back to my previous statement, if it's not broke, what are we trying to fix? By creating the budget, no. What I'm saying is, our end fund balance has always been bigger for our unrestricted than our restricted side. And I'm just wanting for that to go back to how it's been.
It will in the next couple of years. We're going to be spending that down because the restricted monies
But see, I
are
don't
large.
like the fact that it's sitting in the restricted side and we're
we're
going
gonna
to
spend
forget
that
that this is all money that came out of the unrestricted that has no strings
So let me go back to that. There's a great point you made, and if I can, just 1 second, and then I promise to be done. Because this is kind of fun for me. I like budgets. I like these conversations.
It's important for us to understand. I think
Totally,
that's
totally.
I
So
would like to understand.
you
it too.
found the one true place where unrestricted money can become restricted. There's 3 categories. So when we get unrestricted funds from the state, there's 3 areas where we contribute. Only 3, where 3 goes to restricted funds.
Right.
One of them is special education as our contribution. And of the 14,705,000 that you're referencing, we have in the presentation from the second interim, $12,486,247 that is given from the unrestricted fund to special education to run, because that's the right thing to do, it's the legal thing to do, and it's maintenance of our service. Another charge that we have that from the dais you were kind enough to research and and share with me on the second interim. I remember that because I kind of felt like the way Trustee Marks jumped in and helped me with a question, it was very much appreciated, is that the contribution to routine restricted maintenance is $2,012,063 for this next year. And there's also one other place where we provide a little bit of fund to Title I to assist in some of the management of those funds. If you add those together, the 14 million comes from that contribution, and that's a yearly contribution. That has nothing to do with this economic circumstance or this situation. It could adjust based on the 3% of our total budget, which is that $2,012,000 for maintenance, and then it could change over time, either more or less, depending on the needs that we have in special education. Those are the only shifts, I'm sorry, shift is the wrong word. It is the only time unrestricted money goes into a restricted fund because of the nature of the work and the commitment that we have to have, because there are rules and laws that oversee both of those programs or the spending of the funds in the example of the maintenance. I'm sorry I'm taking too much time. I apologize.
Thank you. It's
My pleasure.
important to get the questions answered. And Trustee Marks, if you're
Well, I don't really have a question, but I just wanted the time check at 7:25, so.
Thank you. I appreciate the time check. So I will not focus too much on the February 15, 2022 special board meeting. We reviewed these before, we can move forward. These are the different talking points that Mr. Michael Bishop addressed and that we have been working. We knew that at that time we had to submit a fiscal stabilization plan. That is key. If we move forward, please. We also have steps that the financial consultant asked us to work on. These are important because it shows the progress that the district has made, that the governing board has directed to move us forward through the journey of fiscal stabilization. And we can move forward. We know that we have an interim CBO. We know that the work was completed to have salary shifts to the tune of $5.9 million take place from unrestricted resources to restricted resources, which is what we've been talking about for the last half hour. We identified the different positions that fit the criteria for the current available at that time restricted resources. We'll keep going, thank you. We also are working, this is still in progress as we reevaluate the LCAP. There are programs. Programs are good for students. There is no doubt about that. What we need to determine, however, is what it is that we need as a priority, what it is that we want, and what it is that we can afford. Part of that work will be to determine what items are supplemental to our base program. We are working on that, and there will be an update at our upcoming regular April board meeting. We can continue. We know that we're in the process of the layoff. We are in the process of position control. Mr. Michael Bishop, as our current financial consultant, identified that as an area of need. We know that we have a process, and our staff work diligently on that process, and they have the liberty and the freedom to do so. So we are working, and we submitted that fiscal stabilization plan. We're working within the guidelines that our financial consultant has shared with us. Moving forward, part of the beauty of having been in this district long enough, some of you in this room remember 2010 and the great pain and trauma the district went through in 2010. This is a situation that we are avoiding because our team, the governing team, the 5 board members have implemented certain actions that are going to allow for us to avoid 2010. Why am I referencing a 12-year-old report? We're going to get into that. These are the criteria that FICMAC considered in 2010. These are the criteria that in 2022 are still relevant and that we still need to look at and are looking at. Our ADA, we're looking at our revenues and expenditures. We're looking at our reserves and fund balances, including the trends. Our educational partners are looking at the trends in our data. We're looking at multi-year commitments. We're looking at the COLAs. We're looking at our financial health indicators. We're looking at the use of one-time revenues and ongoing costs. We're looking at the use of one-time revenues and one-time costs. We're looking at appropriate recognition of future commitments, including any district-created benefit program. And we're also looking at our facilities and maintenance funding to see whether it's adequate to preserve district facilities over the estimated lifetime. We have talked, our board has talked and recognized that with our increasing enrollment, our facilities needs may grow. We may need portables at some of our sites. So why would the team look at a 12-year-old report? Because there is guidance in that report, and there are parallels from our 2010 situation to our current 21-22 situation. At that time, FICMAT identified that if the district did not make any changes, we would have a qualified budget. But guess what? In 21-22, first interim was a qualified budget. FICMAT in 2010 identified in their report, which is available online, there's going to be a link later on, that more than 93% of unrestricted funds, they didn't focus on restricted, but unrestricted funds were allocated to staff salaries and benefits. Back then, back in the day, in 2010, FICMAT reported, and these are quotes from the report, since more than 93% of the unrestricted budget is comprised of salary and benefits, any solution will most likely involve staffing reductions. In 21-22, our county indicated in the letter of February 9th, 2022, that 93% of our unrestricted funds were allocated to staff salaries and benefits. Another mirror, another parallel. In 2010, the FICMAT report focused on budget development. FICMAT at that time recommended that the budget needed to be developed following a process of consultation with stakeholder groups. In 2021, 2022, we have put our best effort forward to consult with our educational partners regarding budget priorities. We have put our best effort forward to listen to the recommendations and the areas of need identified by our governing board. And currently, we're looking at LCAP focus points. In 2010, FICMAT's multi-year financial projection indicated that the district would not meet its recommended reserve requirement in the 2 subsequent years without a detailed financial plan to increase revenue and or reduce expenditures and cease deficit spending. And what is going on for us? In 21-22, the district's multi-year financial projection indicates that the district could not meet its recommended reserve requirement in the 2 subsequent years without a detailed financial plan to increase revenue and or reduce expenditures and cease deficit spending. Where is that from? Our letter from the county in February. We had to submit that fiscal stabilization plan that demonstrated that the district would make reductions to achieve fiscal stabilization. If we go further on, in 2010, FICMAT identified California Education Code 42127.6 and advised the district that if the district was unable to meet its financial obligations or has a qualified or negative budget certification, the county superintendent of schools is required to take action. That same California Education Code is found in the letter from the county to us, indicating if we do not take action, the county superintendent is prepared to take action and may assign a financial or a fiscal advisor. There are parallels. Looking at our governing board, FICMAT indicated in 2010 that the board was going to need to make difficult decisions to ensure fiscal solvency. If anything we can celebrate tonight is that in this current situation, our governing board has taken action to make the difficult decisions that ensure fiscal solvency. 12 years ago, that board had not taken the action. And what happened? Cuts were deep. If we remember, anyone who was a teacher here was laid off if you had worked here 10 years or less.
They were deep, those cuts were deep,
Very
Classified
deep.
too.
classified too.
But
Classified had very
throughout
deep.
the state, right?
Throughout
It
the
was,
state.
yeah, it
We'll
wasn't,
talk about that.
right.
We'll talk about that.
It's a little bit different.
So, what we're looking at are the parallels. Position control. FICMAT advised the district to maintain a position control system and to ensure that proper internal controls were in place. In at the February 15th, 2022 special board meeting, our consultant identified position control as an area of growth for us. We had previously, last year and the year prior, excuse me, posted one position and we hired more than one. That is a lack of control of position control. Certain decisions were allowed to be made that further increase the deficit. We can move forward, please. 2010, our salary and benefit analysis. At that time, FICMAT focused in on the contribution of health and welfare. It was 13,597. Towards the end of the report, FICMAT indicated, excuse me, that the school district was in the top tier of salary placements. And was determined to be competitive.
And if we fast forward to 2021 and 2022, our health and welfare benefits are $17,249. Our classified salaries have stayed well, or high, and HSD has enjoyed long-term support from its employees. We also are looking at, in terms of, with our LCAP goal, we had some specific outcomes in terms of teacher recruitment, assignment, and retention, and in our certificated salaries, in terms of increases in the last few years, we have maintained.
Quick question?
Thank you. Yes.
That 17,000 is per employee?
Yes. Yes.
Full-time employees.
I apologize.
No, you're doing great.
So, our LCAP, in 2010, there was not an LCAP, but we currently have an LCAP that has is one of the components of our budget. When we look at the LCAP goal 1.1, we have to look at how competitive are we with our salaries. We've talked about that. We have currently 61% of our certificated ranks earning in these three different categories. We have 81 staff currently earning anywhere from $99,000 to $136,000 in base salary. This does not include the contribution to STRS, their statutory benefits, or health and welfare benefits. This is just their salary. Just salary.
Is admin included on that?
Admin, no, this is
No.
certificated.
Certificate only.
This is,
But admin are certificated.
there are certificated admin, but this is HESTA.
And that's kind of also in keeping with some of the HESTA reports and some of the changes there too, in terms of certificated teaching versus admin. The graphs that you presented were different.
Okay.
That's just HESTA members.
Okay, thank you.
If
Pleasure.
we go down the
There's no
different
way.
brackets, we look that part of the consideration that we need to make is whether or not we are competitive analysis that we'll have to make as well for classified moving forward.
Which we've done sort of a
Yes.
preliminary, right?
Yes.
We are not competitive,
Yes.
just for the record.
Yes, thank you for that. So we move forward, we look at all the different numbers, the different categories. So, the FICMAT report identified 15 conditions that represent the most common indicators of fiscal distress. And these are in the packet as well. They also are referenced in California Ed Code, and it's listed there. If you see, on the left side, we have the 15 criteria that were referenced in 2010 and that are still indicators of potential fiscal distress. If we look on the right side, we have the indicators. The bold means that those are applicable right now, 21, 22. For example, has there been a failure to recognize year-to-year trends? If there's been a lot of variability and we're kind of figuring that out this year, I would say yes. Flawed ADA projections, yes. Our adopted budget had a different ADA projection. Failure to maintain reserves, yes, we have spent down the reserves. Insufficient consideration of the effects of long-term bargaining agreements. Bargaining agreements, salary increases, competitive wages are all good things. However, we need to afford them. We need to be able to afford them. Bargaining agreements beyond the state COLA, yeah, that's happened. Lack of integration of position control with payroll, yes, that has happened. Limited access to timely personnel, payroll, and budget control data and reports, that has happened. We have had an inconsistent approach to the leadership of our fiscal services department. Staff have done the best that they can, and they continue to do so. And I'm not here to blame anybody. It's just the fact. Escalating general fund encroachment from restricted programs and lack of regular budget monitoring. Tonight is not a night for me to point fingers, and I never want to come across that way. This is just a comparison so that we can dialogue, ask each other questions, try to answer those questions, and move our district forward. That is the goal. If we keep moving forward. We're also looking at the ending fund balance. In 2010, the district was projected to have a negative unrestricted fund balance. Again, they focused on the unrestricted. In the subsequent 2 years, without substantial, sorry, Scott, can you jump in?
Yes, certainly.
Substantial expenditure reduction.
So, and with substantial expenditure reductions or revenue enhancements, and obviously enhancements are unique. It depends on increases in budget, more students, different scenarios that occur. In 2021, 2022, our ending funding balance, currently the district is projected to have a negative unrestricted fund balance in 2022-23 and 2023-24 without substantial expenditure reductions or revenue enhancements. Those were some of the messages that we received. And in terms of us moving forward or going forward, the parallels here are undeniable. I'm a historian by training, and history moves in cycles. And there are things that are old that are just as good now as it was back then, and there are truths economically and budget-wise that stand the test of time. And these parallels and the bold action that this board has taken compared to the past is commendable and something that I honor. In terms of looking going forward, there are things we can do here to make substantial changes and put ourselves on the track that we need to for that financial stability, and we're starting that.
So the end fund balance for this current year and the projected 2 years would be without the cuts? Is that what we would?
Without cuts.
Without the cuts.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make
Immediate,
sure, 'cause I'm
so
like,
sorry.
okay.
immediate takeover.
No, that was showing why we needed to do what we had to do.
Okay.
We were in the same space again.
And without any COLA projections,
Yes.
right? Historic funding levels not factored in.
Well,
Right.
the models we were building with the multi-year projection included COLAs from the dartboard. We have
Yeah, I did.
challenges.
I did
Yes,
see the COLAs in there.
the COLAs were in there and also included STRS and PERS increase rates and also those pieces were a part of those multi-year projections. And that goes back to our question earlier about assumptions. The multi-year projection is rife, full of assumptions. We have to, like every district in the state, do the best we can with what we see. But we also know that on the horizon, there's some concerns with our economic outlook. And we also have to look and build those into some of our discussions and things going forward and have the most flexibility on the unrestricted that we can so that we can also move when the state moves. Our state is dependent on sales tax. Any recession or any drop in purchasing of our citizens directly affects the revenue and the ability our state has to fund our schools.
Well, and also I noticed, and I haven't been on the board very long, but I've been noticing this trend of less and less students enrolling. And a large part of what our revenue is based on is enrollment, but also butts and seats, right? And we have a lot of, I know,
It's a small.
but when you have chronic absenteeism like is prevalent right now because of COVID, it affects the bottom line too. So it just adds another little kind of, let's be conservative, because you just don't know if that's gonna reverse itself or what's gonna happen.
Well, with a lot of districts across California, I think across California, they've seen just a decrease altogether in student enrollment in
Definitely.
our private and public
Huge
school
across the
systems.
state.
But the other factor that I think we have to consider is, the homes that are being built and the people that can afford them, and the impact that it's gonna have on our social disadvantaged students may drop. So our S&C funding that we get for those students that fall into that category may shrink, only because we have more people moving in that aren't gonna fall perhaps in that criteria.
Which speaks to the
With students.
absolute necessity that we have to reach out
And
and
that's the
get
reality.
every student.
That's something
We have
that
to get every
I,
student, yes.
of course, think we need to really keep that in mind.
Good point.
Thank you for jumping in. We can go down. So, this brings us to one of the last slides, second to the last slide. Okay, we've talked about the facts that we know. We've talked about what, how we've, I think, traveled together through the journey of fiscal destabilization towards fiscal stabilization. We've talked about the challenges that we have confronted to get to where we are at. This is not part of second interim. This is to give our team, our educational partners, an idea as to what would happen if we did not lay anyone off or we did not move forward with a layoff. So it's small, but you also have it in your packet. If we did not move forward with any of the layoffs, you see that the deficit immediately goes up. This year, next year, and the year after. We would not have the ability to maintain the authority over the district to continue the good work that is done every single day, because this would require the county to step in. This would require a fiscal advisor to be in control of the decision-making, in control of what happens at the district level. And this is what happened in 2010. But we're on track so that it doesn't happen now. That is something that is worth recognizing tonight.
I think
This
that,
is,
sorry.
go ahead.
No,
This is the example of what happens if we don't move forward with the fiscal stabilization plan that's required by the County Office of Ed.
So in 3 years, we'd be deficit spending by what, 5 million if you add the numbers in red, 4.5 million, 6.7, 5.9 million?
So we would be deficit spending this year for 4.5, next
Okay.
year deficit spending 6.7. If you want to compound it, then you would add all of those.
Okay, and so we saved 6 million by cutting the 59 employees?
We had savings to the budget, and I'll get Scott for the exact number.
It's in what we have is we have a deficit in the second year projected at, and that's with no new hires. That's with every one of our projections being accurate in terms of going forward, and we could stay within a less than 1% target of these projections. We would still have like a $650,000 or $700,000 deficit in next year,
Yes.
with a positive coming in the third year,
But
which
only,
allows us to be a budget that's not qualified.
okay, but that's only in the unrestricted,
Right.
because you're only showing the unrestricted.
So
Well,
what
the
would
other-
happen if you
Can I add
paid?
that really quickly, or respond to that? The
Yeah.
reason you have to look at that is because there has to be a 3% reserve. It's seen in the
Yes.
unrestricted. The amount that we can never spend, the amount for economic uncertainties, is another indicator of our overall ability to meet our bills and outcomes. And in doing so, which includes salaries and benefits and all the great things we do, we would not be able to meet that in the second year, given that scenario. And that means we would no longer be a going concern, and all the things in the ed code that was shared earlier would then occur.
May I interject? Wouldn't it be good to see what's in restricted in these assumptions?
There
Because
will
then
be-
we could see
Oh,
how
we
much
shared
money
that.
is being held there.
We shared that, definitely, it's been in the
The
multi-years.
3 years like this?
It came in the multi-year plan, it was released in there. We have multiple projections. We have probably almost 9 million in reserve in that restricted going forward, definitely.
But what's the reason why some of the positions that were identified for layoff couldn't be paid another year out of restricted?
It's a very good question. And I think that brings a lot of different questions and perspectives to focus. We are being made to look at and sustain positions and things in the future by the health of our unrestricted. Going forward in terms of how we'd invest or look at restricted, there are limits in that 9 million. Some of those are Title I, some of those are migrant, some of those funds have other tags and restrictions in terms of our ability to spend. Some of them have tags or restrictions regarding the nature in which they were given for different responses for COVID or different responses for how we help students over time. We also have restrictions in the plans that we've built or we've made. So I think the moving forward and determining how we spend that or how we look at that, it's premature to look at that in this moment because we're in the position right now of not only building a budget, but also looking at S&C and also looking at how do we sustain children's needs, our community's needs in the years ahead, given that we have spent such a large percentage of our COVID money appropriately early. Do we have enough to sustain needs over time that we're unaware of, given economic circumstances and conditions that we're also needing to read and to look at?
You said going forward, we have about 9 million in restricted,
We do
right?
have numbers, it's never been.
Why is that
question.
number so much higher than it ever was in the past?
Great question, and that goes back, I think, to the question that we brought up earlier, is that we have COVID funds. The reason those numbers spiked is because they became available and they also were funded, and those are things that we have in our budget.
But you said going forward the next 3 years, there's still 9 million there.
There's 9 million projected at the end
Each
of
year.
It
this
has to be
year.
spent by the end of 2023 or 4.
Definitely, so if you look at the second year projection, good point.
So if
We-
we're not gonna spend them on salaries, what are we gonna spend them on?
Well, I think that remains to be seen.
So we do have, if we remember in the October board meeting, we had an ESSER-3 plan. I believe it is 6.4 million. That is a restricted fund. And at that time, the plan indicated that it would help us offset some of the deficit by funding certain things. Not this year, because we had 4 years to use it. So we're looking at year 2, year 3, and possible if some carried over to year 4. We're looking all the way up to 24, year 2024.
But Superintendent Sanchez, if that was in October, wasn't that based off of a faulty budget?
That is the current plan that was board approved. At that time, we did not know that the budget was faulty.
But-
To your point, it is based off of knowing that we had financial instability, we didn't know how bad it was.
And so this is another opportunity to point out that these one-time funds are true lifesavers. Had we not had the ability to move and shift things, we wouldn't be in the position where we would have the ability to make almost any decision. Because the amount of the shift was so much greater from the first interim to the second, that now we have options and abilities to move and get to where we need to be because of those restricted one-time funds. Without them, we probably wouldn't be having this discussion.
Right. No, I think it definitely has allowed you to sort of shore things up. And I guess my question is, could we do that again for one more year? Eventually they go away, so we're not gonna spend them on the salaries that we've identified that we could. Are you saying that there are things going into next year that we might shift back to restricted as well? Is that?
I think the point I made, which I think is important to try to balance, is that all those questions are premature at this point, because one of the challenges we had in this year is that we made a budget that wasn't good, that wasn't accurate.
Right.
We went into a first interim not seeing and knowing where we were. Right now, we need to synergize three different things. We need to get an accurate line-by-line budget for long-term stability in much the same way Gabe did all those years ago. We need to look at our LCAP this year and look at what ways we're going to sustain needs to serve students that are in the supplemental concentration UPP, students that need that, but also the percentage is so high currently that we have other ways that we can use those funds to help support. And then we got to look at how is it that the restricted funds are going to be used to support that vision, not only in this moment, but over time. And I don't mean to talk too much, sorry.
I just have two questions, and they may sound silly because I'm still learning this process. Aren't we still waiting on, is it audited actual or audited actual?
Unaudited.
Yes,
Yeah, aren't we still waiting on that?
next week,
And then the May revise.
they revise this
So
coming.
until we have those two pieces of
Oh, very
information, we really have no ability to see into the future in a better way.
Right, and if you can think of it as a pair of glasses, prescription. We right now have a prescription that's 2 years old, right? In May, we're gonna get a little better and it's gonna be a little clearer, right?
My glasses are 2 years old.
Well, and maybe we could work on that after the May revise, because the very next step then is we're gonna eventually look at in June what the real numbers are going to be. But the thing that we have to always be vigilant of, especially given these economic conditions and things that are coming with inflation at 8.5%, a COLA that's not even close. We're looking at bond yields twisting and turning that lead to and have been predictors of recessions, and our reliance on sales tax to fund. We may have a good picture in May, and we do know the state has some surplus, but how the state uses its surplus is a very good example of how we need to use our restricted funds to make sure we get through the next couple of years as we define and bring back the things that Gabe had in the business office back then, which was realistic staffing models, clear understanding of position control, understanding where the budget was monthly. And those are pieces that we're committed to. In the meantime, we have the time to do that. I'm so sorry.
And also, we have to keep in mind, we cannot keep a 3% reserve. That's just way too low. That's what we can't. I mean, the reserve.
The reserve,
Economic
reserves,
concern.
not the 3% that
No,
you're
you're
supposed to have
really
on the
right on.
state.
Good point.
Right.
We have that economic uncertainty for 3, but we also have built in with the multi-year projection another 2 million, which is about 3% over the 3% we can't touch.
The rainy day.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's rainy.
It needs to grow.
A district our size has, the state is reexamining what reserve levels should be, and there's new laws that go into place, and I will always support a lawful perspective. The max for a district our size would be 10%. 3% gives us if you look at the variability that happened between the first budget, the first interim, and the numbers where we have now, that's never gonna happen again. But more importantly, the ability we have to meet something we missed, or something that came out different, or an economic shift where in the past we've had funds that weren't provided in that school year. We've had transits before, we've had cash flow challenges that come with recession. So those are all pieces to the puzzle of predicting what's next. And so the reason your question is a good one is that we need to leverage all those pieces together going forward to make sure we have sustainability, because that's our responsibility.
I think what I would like to see moving us forward is like those one-time earmarked specific funds labeled that way, because I don't like mixing things. I want us to stay consistent and clear with our bargaining unit, even
Transparent.
is, these are ESSER funds, specifically, these are our one-time funds. Let's separate them out, let's earmark them, let's understand, these are specific for what they were given to us for. And there's no mixing or, back and forth, let's be transparent as we can and label things where we can, and even as we start to think about positions for next year, what does that look like? Let's put that very clearly into the budget. If we want another counselor, if we want 5 more teachers, if we want to keep our SEL, we're projecting those costs but spelling it out when we introduce our budget to all of our stakeholders, so that it's very clear that we're doing things mindfully.
Yes, I agree with Trustee Martinez. We have a lot of questions. We've stayed pretty quiet. I know this is your last slide, so if you want to finish, and then we'll ask some more questions. Thank you.
I do want to just add the fact that one thing that we did not talk about that we're waiting is that we are waiting for the analysis of second interim and the fiscal stabilization plan, which is kind of how we got here with the reductions. That's a key piece.
Yes.
We need to receive and obtain the feedback and take action from the county accordingly. So the next slide, this is the last slide. Those are just resources if anybody wants to click on them. I linked the 2010 report. The rest of your packet has the February 9th letter from the county. It has the fiscal stabilization plan. It has the resolutions that have been board approved that have triggered the initial steps to the layoff. It has a January 31st letter from the County Office of Ed about first interim. It has the table that shows what happens if we don't move forward with the layoffs. It has an October 11th letter from the County Office of Ed in regards to the 45-day approved budget revisions. And it has the pertaining California education codes that were referenced and that we were reminded of. It also talks about our ranking. There's a sheet in there, according to the CDE, how we're ranked with other districts based on our first interim. So we are big, for the qualified certification ranking, there's 24 slots that they focus on. We're ranked 17th. So we're on their list, we're on the radar, and it is towards the back quarter of the packet. It's list of negative and qualified certifications, LEAs, 21-22 fiscal first interim report.
And so that's something I threw in there, and I apologize to jump in, but out of the 1,026 school districts in the state, we're one of 24 that are in this scenario. Other school districts are healthier right now and are not in this scenario. It's only thrown in to show that we're in a really tough spot right now.
Based on first interim, right?
Which was worse than the second
And
interim.
also, we've been told unreliable.
But our deficit was greater.
Is greater now.
It's greater now than what it was projected first interim. So we found to be worse off than what.
So we might be more like number 5 on the list?
After that, you have a budget FAQ, and I'm trying to wrap up here in the interest of giving everybody time to answer the questions. We also have, and this will address what our CSEA labor rep partner indicated. In 2010, we were in an absolute, I think, national financial situation of an economic downturn. We are looking at potential headlines that indicate that we're on the precipice of perhaps a new recession that we have to be mindful of. We're also keeping a close eye on West Contra Costa County School District. What's happened to them is that they were in a very similar situation to us. However, they rescinded or they removed all of their layoffs. And so we're keeping an eye on what happens when that happens. So those are articles, just resources. We also have a school services fiscal report, the inverted yield, in regards to the looming, economic downturn. So with that, we can definitely begin the question session, and I will.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for jumping in on my windpipe.
I did not know that all.
So we just, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I learned, I didn't know about how much comparison we have between FICMAC 2010 and now.
Right, yeah, that is new data that was shown to us tonight. I want to go back to Patrick's presentation of CTA numbers. I just want an explanation of the discrepancy. How can we hire $8 million more worth of people, but how do benefits stay the same?
I'm really glad you saw that, because that's something that's gonna come in the audit, that's gonna come next week. Ike Bailey went through and went over a complete accounting of everything that the district did in the last fiscal year. And one of the challenges that we had is we double booked a STRS charge that I think, there's a slide in there that looks at, we have to, with STRS, based on a law change in 2015, it's a federal law, is acknowledge long-term liability. And in that law, it put on our budget the contribution that the state makes that really isn't something that we gain or we get to keep. It's something, though, that acknowledges the costs of the STRS. And in that accounting change that we had, we double booked it. So
What does that mean?
normally, double booked is we charged ourselves twice. And in doing so, it's one of the findings that we'll share at the next board meeting from Ike Bailey. It didn't show up as a cost or a charge, but it's something that stayed on the budget that we had. If you go back to the figures of 2021 and you take a look at our second interim and you look at the amounts of about $2.8 million, you're going to find the discrepancy in the benefits and the salaries that we have between that year and what we have currently. And that finding, which I'll be happy to share, especially when we look at it next week, is one of those indicators that we have to, on our side in the business office, train, look, and find ways to correct how we do things. It's an error that didn't mean or result in a cost because it was the booking of a state resource. But it was one of those numbers that would stay on our books in a reporting period, like the unaudited actuals that needed to be corrected. And so we recognize that, we own that, and it's something, though, that answers the question pretty clearly, because there's I think a slide I saw that looks at that cost, the STRS cost as being double in 1 year. That was an error on our part that we fixed that didn't turn into a charge or extra revenue, but would adequately explain the difference in the benefits of that year.
Okay, that doesn't really make sense, but all employee health benefit expenditures,
And that one right over.
Yeah, so was it a savings that you realized because the state gave you a little bit of a break on STRS, or?
Not at all. It's called the STRS on behalf,
Okay,
and it's an accounting procedure that acknowledges the state contributions to our STRS program. It's a cost or a thing that we look at where we didn't take it back off our books and it stayed on. It wasn't a real charge, it wasn't a real amount that we lost,
Got
but
it.
it affected our projections.
okay,
If you take that double STRS charge out or the STRS charge out, comparing it to the unaudited actuals of that year, you're going to have, I think the graph you showed is that they're very comparable, which again doesn't make sense.
yeah.
If you take the 2.8, it aligns very clearly and easily with the differences that would have accrued given that. That's not something I'm proud to say. It's not something that we're going to take lightly. It's obviously some of the things that we're going to be looking at differently in our department, but we own the fact, and it's one of the findings that came through. And the interesting part about the audit, it happened one of the first, second, third week I was here. So it gave me a great ability to look at how we are going to run and what we do.
So is
Yeah.
that money we're gonna get back?
It's not
from
money,
STRS
it's, so
then?
it's a charge that they give that we have to account for as a liability. So one of the challenges that school districts have going forward is, and with this law that changed in 2015, and a lot of this has come because of the changes that have occurred in accounting, given things as vague and as strange as Enron, to looking at the stock market, to looking at the Great Recession and how we look and look at things. We need to acknowledge long-term liability in our budgets and state budgets, and this came from the federal government. So what's interesting about that is it allows the charge to recognize it's there, but it's not anything we receive, it's not anything we get to pay, it's a part of that process. And I think there's that double charge in there that would explain why that would happen. But if we don't take that off of our projections, that unaudited actual would have that artificial amount on there. And it's something that'll be easy to share.
If we take that off, wouldn't that make the benefits number go down? Because those
For that
were-
year, yes.
And so then we have an even bigger gap between the salaries and the benefits. Because right now, from what we see, salaries went up, benefits stayed the same.
Well,
But if we take that off, our benefits actually go down.
in the previous year. So what'll happen is the year that's in question, that's equal to this year, this occurred in the last year. It's a journal entry. And what happens is that would then take the 21 million from the 2021 year and bring that down to 18 and change, which would still show why there's a difference in the cost.
In the following year, then it would
Exactly.
be more,
And so even though it looks similar, it's very different. And in fact, no actual money went in or out. It's a wash. And that's the part that can be very confusing. And that's the part that I want to really own and be glad that I Bailey was able to see that, because, that can lead to a misunderstanding that we don't want.
So are you able to give a very definitive dollar amount that were salaries and then a separate one for benefits?
Help me understand, I guess I don't understand the question.
Well, that I'm not understanding
Sure.
your answer, because if correcting that mistake in the STRS doesn't change the benefits number, then what does that benefits number represent?
No, I totally understand. I want to go back a little bit. There's a graph that Patrick presented.
Right.
The question being, and a good one, it's a legitimate question, why did benefits in 2021, the last blue line,
Yeah.
why was that the same as the second interims line for benefits, roughly 21 million, right? Something's off. If you go back to the blue line and you were to take out that double charge, the extra 2.8 million, which is a line item, no actual revenue occurred, you subtract the 2.8 million from that 21, you'll see a drop in those benefit charges that would be relational.
So that's where the correction would be made.
Exactly.
Okay, I
And
got
it, and it doesn't relate to any revenue loss, and that's the nice thing about this. This wasn't some missing 2.5 million or 2.8 million. It was an accounting situation. And so if that helps, that I think is a great question. And that's, I think, really the reason why we want to have these. It's good to be able to look at the numbers and have more than one person looking at them and be able to answer those pieces.
Yeah, it's frustrating because I keep hearing that the budget was unreliable. First interim was unreliable because for some reason your employees only had a few weeks to finish it. And now yet there's a third mistake that I'm hearing about. And it's incredibly frustrating. And then when I hear from CTA that these are all projections and we'll get unaudited actuals in August and we'll finally know the true numbers. Like, of course, we're like ripping our hair out. One question I have, how many employees did we hire this year in total? Was it 127? Because when I met with a few people, they said only 50 people were hired this year. What's the number?
It's closer to 40.
We only hired 40 people this year.
New people.
Of classified certificated administrators, just 40. So basically Rancho Santana. Okay,
Not necessarily, no, because some of those staff transferred in from other schools.
I see. Okay, so only 40 people. Wow.
in a broad sense? Was it the additional SEL people and that sort of, where did they kind of, what bucket did they sort of fall into?
That is about 25% of that 40, a quarter.
Okay, so
The
then,
SEL staff.
Superintendent Sanchez, in our seniority list, we have 42 Probe 1 Year 1 teachers. So how does that match with only hiring 40 employees total?
Because credentialing is different than seniority. So a person can be a Probe 1 for 3 years or more. If they start on emergency permits, they can have a PIP, then they can have a STIP, then they can become an intern, they can be a Probe 0, they could be a Probe 0, a Probe 1 for many years. It's not tied necessarily to the years of service in the district. So that makes sense. We also have international teachers that will never achieve permanency, tenure. They always will be probationary.
It's surprising because I recruited 50 people to join HESTA this year. So if we only hired 40 people. So we laid off 59 people and we only hired 40. So we laid off an additional like 19 people. Does that make sense? Like we laid off 59 people, but we only hired 40 this year. So it's really like we really spent too much money.
Right, it's sometimes
Oh my
it's,
gosh.
that example, it's hard to compare straight across because we have different employees, different certifications, different experiences. So I think we can say that there was a lot of money spent this year and good things happened and good things occurred. The question of sustainability, though, is the part that I think will take the frustration that you referred to earlier away. Our commitment and my desire to be a part as long as I'm here is to make sure that the numbers are reliable, that we have sustainability, and that type of consistency that was referred to earlier is a part of what we do. Certainly don't want to frustrate anybody.
And I'd like to remind everybody that when Mr. Bishop made his presentation, he said there were 15 months of that variability, which goes back into the previous budget.
Sure.
Before our previous superintendent left.
Well, and much of our budget.
And so, this is long-standing and it actually didn't rise up as a bubble until shortly after he left.
And the budget is made in the previous year, like I mentioned earlier in answering one of the points that you asked, which is a good question. We are building next year's budget in the next 2 months.
Right.
And that was the model, and that's the thing we use going into the following year. We have a budget and a plan that was made in the previous year. I'm super excited to be a part of building a budget for next year that has this knowledge and this type of collaboration.
Lisa brought up bubbles just a second ago, and it made me think of a question. So you had several slides comparing us to 2010, which was the biggest financial crisis in American history.
The Great Depression probably was a little. Sorry, I'm
True.
a business guy.
It's fine.
Sorry.
In modern history,
You're
are
right.
you
I apologize.
thinking that our funding is going to be the same when the governor's talking about extra money, the federal government's talking about extra money? Are you thinking our funding is going to be the same as it was in 2010? Because otherwise those comparisons don't really fit very well.
No. I think at no point, and if I communicated that, I do apologize for any type of miscommunication. The point of that presentation and that piece of the presentation was to really look at the different things, the events that were taking place that FICMAT, we all know that they're a fiscal crisis management team and they're experts that they identified that were happening in the district. And my point tonight is to demonstrate the parallels of those specific items that were identified in 2010. What I can say about the funding sources is that in 2010, the district and all districts in California were receiving a very steady, ongoing categorical funds, pots of money. We are not receiving a steady, ongoing categorical funding source. What we're receiving are one-time restricted dollars, whether it be COVID, whether it be ESSER 3, whether it be CARES funds. ELO, you know, all the different plans that happened in the pandemic, because they all have a plan that go with them, but they're one time, and they have different expiration dates and different requirements. We're not receiving ongoing, with the exception of things like programs like Migrant or, you know, SNC that are based on our unduplicated counts, but we're not receiving the categorical funds that we received in 2010.
Well,
Can I-
that's
can I
true.
look
It's
at
hard to ignore that the surrounding districts, including San Benito High School, are all hiring teachers. We're the lone district cutting teachers, and
Their cost, overhead costs, very true, are much lower than ours. We have 10 different facilities that we have to think about. They have to
well, that was
focus
just one
on
example. I
one.
mean, like
Yes.
San Jose,
Right,
like all of
right.
our surrounding
Yeah.
districts.
Well, and I think that there's an interesting parallel, though, that the 2010 might fit, and that one of the reasons why the response to COVID, which was another one of those kind of climactic events in our history, is that we had the benefit of federal and state funds that were spent in a way that we learned that we didn't have as much in 2010. And one of the reasons why that crisis occurred, and we in the COVID situation where the economy had similar shutdowns and challenges with employment, is huge awash federal and state funds were thrown into the pandemic, which is the reason why our reserves are so different than any other year, because those funds were what we were going to try to use to avoid the economic disjointedness that occurred given that recession. I'm not trying to just be a historian, that's my nature, sorry, but there are parallels in terms of difference that came in reserve, which answers Trustee Martinez's questions of why is the reserve so high? Why are these things so different? And why is it that we need to shepherd these funds in unique ways? Because we don't know what our kids still need from COVID. We still are dealing with the after effects of what that means for kids and others, and we're gonna have to try to figure a way to do that. I apologize, I just had a thought.
When I hear from my members, they get so angry, the ones who got laid off, like, if you guys knew this was one-time funds, they should have been told. And so I agree with Trustee Martinez that, like, if you're gonna hire a counselor, like, we need to know it's on this ESSER 3 specific thing, because, like, they started a life here, and now, and if you get more money from the government, we're gonna lose those people, because they've already found other jobs, and it just sucks, it really sucks.
Yeah.
I do want to make the point, I definitely agree with you, for lack of a better way of saying it, you know, it is an awful situation. And these, in the financial world, I know they are positions, but in the human world, and human resources is what I most am comfortable with, is the fact that they are also people. I totally understand that. No one was hired with the intention of it being temporary. All of these staff members were hired either in the spring of last school year or potentially in the summer on a regular contract, with the intent of it being, you know, a long-term, if permanent, if they obtained tenureship. Then what happened is that as we moved throughout the school year and we saw all of these different criteria that we talked about tonight, and we moved towards February, we saw that it simply was not sustainable, and we had to work on those salary shifts as identified in December, but then realized it's much greater in February than it was in December. And that's what triggered the salary shifts to restricted one-time funds.
So are we gonna get a cut next year? Because I read somewhere that the 1% isn't sustainable either. So are we not gonna get our salary raise?
That is not something that has been determined or discussed. That's referencing the letter from the county.
Right.
The
That,
February letter,
the
right,
February
before
letter.
the second interim. They haven't analyzed what we've put forward
No, they
most
haven't.
recently, so. and
Which is
that's
worse.
All
Second comes
negotiable,
worse.
right?
Well,
Yes, that would not happen across the board or
Yeah,
without
because
correction from.
our, what they have to take into consideration as they're determining and reviewing our second income.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just inflation's 8%. Like, I just bought a house, and like we're starting our lives, you know, or at least for me, because there are a lot of young teachers in the district, and it's just, again, it's so disappointing. So even though you guys have 14.2 million left over, it's because 9 million's restricted and it has to be spent in the future.
By 2024.
Well, it's those one-time funds that
Yes.
we're talking about, that
The-
we need, that we very clearly have to identify and label, as that,
Highlight,
so
underline.
that, yes.
But they have to be spent by 2024, and that's my biggest question is, what are we gonna spend that on?
Well, but that is the conversation
I know.
that we want to
Because
employ.
whatever we spend it on, it's still, the money is gone in 2024, so what?
Correct. And we know salaries shouldn't be an area that we are utilizing one-time funds in. Because again, I don't wanna do this to another individual
Right.
that I hire now, and in 2 years, or 3 years maybe, we have to let go.
Yeah.
It's
No,
not
I agree,
fair
but,
to them.
right, the folks that are already facing layoff though, a year might buy some attrition and a softer place to, I mean, there's a lot
There is,
of
but
conversation. $9 million is a lot of money.
there is, but the problem is that it was very clear what the county instructed us to do.
I know.
And without having that in place, I wasn't gonna give ownership of this district
Of
to
course.
somebody else that God only knows what their intent would be.
And what they would
In their
slash.
hands.
Yeah, that's the most prudent thing to have done, but now we are seeing a picture, and that's the big question that we have, right, that CSEA has.
So I guess that's, I would like to go to next steps of considering all that, like if, we're waiting for the May revise, we're waiting for the unaudited actuals, audited, sorry, and then, LCAP, and I think this is where, right, we say we wanna collaborate.
Yeah.
This is where we say, okay, now when we start, when we know, okay, everybody, we have $100, right? What are we gonna do, right? And then look at what positions we need and really look at long-term, this is our commitment as a collective, right? This is what we all think we really need to invest in. How do we do that? What does that look like?
So there is definitely, there are steps, and we're engaging in those steps. For example, on Monday, we will meet with HESTA in regards to LCAP consultation. We have a pending date in the near future with CSEA. We have the idea of having additional community meetings that are not on the calendar yet with the Board of Trustees in the evenings with parents. We have the LCAP survey that's still gathering data. We have to consult with the ELAC, the DLAC, migrant, different groups within our sphere of influence. We also, as a district, have to look at how are we staffing? We don't have a system in place in the last couple of years that states, for example, there will be a custodian for X number of students and for X square feet of facilities. We don't have that, a ratio. We used to have that.
We did use that.
We used to have that, so we
Wasn't
are,
that what we were required to do back in 2010 from
Yes.
FICMAT? So what happened in the district to where that stopped being followed? Because if it was good then, shouldn't it be a reasonable standard to maintain? What happened?
it's a good question.
And I think we were, because we were able to increase our reserves. And we were pretty conservative. And that's kind of, when I got on the board, that was the objective. We wanted to increase that pool of money because we didn't want to be in this situation
Right.
now.
But we've
And-
also grown, we're like a one-to-one device district
are.
now. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not the same district we were,
Right.
those kind of wraparound services were not part of
Right.
our endeavor as
Right.
much as they are now.
Right?
So you can't look at 2000
the
and,
same,
you can't,
no.
but yeah, we need to look at it now, cause it's
What's the
different.
reality of our
Yeah.
district and our needs?
Absolutely.
Our needs, our wants, what we can pay for, et cetera.
But I think there's something really of merit to your point, in that we need to have ratios that are convertible or grow as we change.
Right.
But we need to also set multiple eyes on those hirings. We need to make sure that we have a vision of the future and have a little bit
to look at, because like when you looked at the 14 million, you have 9 million in reserve. There's the economic uncertainty amount of 2.5, and you got 2.4 left over. You have 3% to navigate a lot of variables that we don't necessarily know. So whatever we build and whatever we do, we're going to have to do the same kind of good practices that came out with
Because obviously,
FICMAT.
by having that before, we got through class size reduction. We did it. You know, we hired more people so that our K-3 could be at 20 or 24 or whatever it was. And so now that has gradually crept up in number because we keep signing waivers to not be there. And now that's ending this year. So is it gonna be, you know, a free-for-all, and we're gonna go back to the days when we're gonna have 40 kids in kindergarten? You know, because I have not heard what comes next after this. We haven't started negotiations about what are our class sizes going to be. Are we going to lose all scope of position control because, oh, is somebody gonna say, well, let's go back to 25-1? Okay, well, that means X number of more people, you know, so we do need some structure, some sort of a graphic to go by, you know, how many schools need X number of administrators, and, you know, we used to have, you know, a nurse for every so many people, which was a horrible number, but, you know, having that as a framework, it won't be the same numbers, and I didn't mean to imply we should be back at 2010 levels. But if that structure worked,
Best
why
practice.
can't we have a structure now to keep us in check?
Thankfully, we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
And we're working on
I
that
think we
structure.
No, I think we are.
So we definitely are working on fleshing out I think, in a way that's easy to understand, what is our base program? What includes our base program? I mean, if we think back last year, the year before, the year before that, the year before that, we have not talked about what is in our base program and what is supplemental. We haven't, as a district, we've not done that. And so the beauty of a collaboration such as this is that we have different perspectives, but we are in agreement. And we're able to share that common, I think, passion of, we want to stabilize the district. We don't want this to happen again. We want to absolutely serve our students. We want to retain and attract and maintain our staff, most definitely. One next step, answering President Torres de Luna's question, is at our next regular board meeting, we're going to give an LCAP update. And what does that look like? What does it mean? Where are we at with the establishment of, we can't consider and identify supplemental if we haven't publicly considered and identified what our base is. So we need to even go back to the most foundational of steps in our district, and we are working on that.
And see, I think that is a big conversation outside of just negotiations, because that's within your right. And you don't want to take those things or even bring that into play right now. But having a clear understanding and, you know, as what we were trying to do tonight, right? The first step in giving you guys the idea as to where we're coming from. And not hiding numbers, I want it to be as clear as anything for all of us, because we won't know, like Erica is saying, having that clear plan, what does even staffing look like for students' butts and seats? What is feasible? What is reality for us? You know, what can we do? What is manageable? What can we sustain long term? But those are all conversations that I want us to have together. I don't want us to you know, work apart from each other, because we need one another. To get through this and do something great for our district has to come from all of us. Not just from the district, not just from the board, and not just from you guys at the negotiating table. It has to be looked at together so that we can start building that foundation that makes sense, and it's a true reflection of what we want to do together.
Yes, I completely agree that, you know, we're all in this together, we're all stakeholders, and so I do appreciate you guys asking for our input. So in terms of next steps, like we want to know, especially like without PE next year, how is intervention going to happen? How, like preventing academic failure, how are the kids going to get that? How is the middle school people going to get prep time? But I do want to bring this up because Crystal Hall, our CTA rep person, couldn't be here tonight. And I want you guys to understand the dichotomy that Hesta is in, because when we hear from her, she's done this for many, many years, like CTA believes it's a manufactured crisis to push us to make concessions prior to negotiations, even beginning for next year. By creating this crisis, they have already eroded any trust. And so when I get these emails, and I get this from CTA, and then I get your explanations tonight, it's just you have to realize, like, we're literally being split in half. And so it's, again, when I kept saying that this is really frustrating, you want to tear your hair out, like, that's really where we're at. And so, yes, let's talk next steps, but I still feel like we're stuck in this crisis, and it's extremely difficult.
Can we first go back to questions? I had a couple more.
Sure.
Before we move forward. Okay. One is, you said one of the reasons that we're projecting lower is that our enrollment is dropping. That was in your presentation, I believe.
I don't remember saying that.
We're projecting
The
middle
flat
school.
roll, that's next year, is that what that eighth grade or sixth grade thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, eighth grade.
So our enrollment dropping,
No,
but
not enrollment dropping, sorry. The
Yeah.
level of eighth grade students at the comprehensive middle schools is much larger because that's the last year.
having
that-
less students next year then.
Yes,
Okay.
In the middle school.
in the
Only in
comprehensive.
the comprehensive.
Okay,
So
but
K through
nonetheless,
eight.
overall, less students, right?
No,
Is that what
No,
we're?
I'm not saying that.
No,
So-
because other students
Okay.
will be coming into the K through 8, TK through 8.
Exactly.
Right.
So there's less students at the comprehensive middle schools because Sarah Vista, Sunny Slope, and Lad Lane have added 6th and 7th grade. Next year, they'll add 8th grade.
Mhm.
So those students that used to go to Rancho and Mays historically are now spread out throughout the district. The current 8th grade class is the last bubble of students that didn't have that opportunity. So therefore, the 6th grade coming in is gonna be lower. It's projected to be lower already, but significantly than the outgoing 8th grade class. Next year, the projection for Mays is right around 415 students.
But to your point though, didn't you say projections based on enrollment were conservative?
We did. So the hold harmless number that we used for this year was because of inconsistent attendance as the surge of the second coronavirus came. We used a state hold harmless number that was basically our attendance from 2019. And we were allowed to use that for this year to maintain some sort of funding.
Which was
Yeah.
what, Scott, do you remember what that number was?
5297, wasn't it?
It was 5297.
5297, and
And-
from the report, 5297 is also projected for 22-23 and 23-24.
Until we know what,
But it's a flat.
right now we're projecting
It's a
flat.
held
We are
harmless, yeah.
hoping, we're hoping for more. But we also projected this year about 200 more. And we had to take $2 million off of our budget. So even though we had more funds, most of those were in restricted categories. We had an ADA drop because of the changing of the number from our projection, and the county asked us not to do that, and we did. We had to change that number to the 5297 because of the attendance variations or challenges that we had with the second coronavirus surge.
So then
So
is it
we were put
realistic to?
So we have to have that lower number. We could have more, but to bank on that right now, given the frustrations that come from inconsistencies, we're keeping it conservative. There may be more students. We are projected over the next 3 years to be a growing district.
It seems a little selective though, sorry, but like we're projecting extremely low when all these houses are being built around us, like not getting any more students.
So the challenge on that is the demographic reports have looked that a lot of the families are taking students with them. We have yet to see the jump in attendance, but part of that could be also because of the attendance rates, because of the ADA rates with the coronavirus the last 2 years.
Then why
We
did
are
we build an
hoping-
entirely new school? That's
We
my
are-
question.
We're projected to grow. The question is, when do we see it? And when you build a school, you have to look at almost 5 or 6 years in arrears.
Yeah, to fill out.
Yeah, so I was actually a part of that bond committee and going door to door and understanding that we would someday need it. And I think we will. Our demographics are all saying that we're growing. The challenge, though, is the coronavirus is that anomaly like the Great Recession was that created dissidence that made it so our numbers had to change. $2 million off our unrestricted general fund would have really helped this year.
So you just said that we're growing, but we're not projecting that we're growing.
Going
That doesn't
forward,
seem to,
not yet.
That makes fiscal sense though. If you're trying to be conservative, if we're trying to dig ourselves out of a hole that we
If
put
you're trying to be
ourselves
conservative.
into. And so we want to stay in the safe zone until we know what we're dealing with, and then we can slowly go toward where we want to go, and that includes your input to figure out, because the educational system is even changing, right? I mean, what I read anyway is that there are different challenges and, you know, and I think it's smart to be safe until we know what we're doing, because I don't want to yo-yo.
well, being conservative is a good segue to my next question, which is, well, it's not really actually, but I'm just gonna use it. So, you've talked about needs, wants, and what we can afford a lot.
Right.
It sounds like, from what we've all talked about, the students need SEL support. It sounds like, from what we've all talked about, we all want SEL support. And it sounds like, from what we've talked about with the $9 million in restricted funds that has to be spent by 23-24, we can afford SEL employees. So why are we still cutting them?
So not all restricted funds have to be spent by 2024.
But like 7 million of them.
There are chunks in there, for example, that must be expended by the end of the year. For example, migrant. For example, the S&C. We have $1.2 million allocated to summer school. We at the beginning of this school year had determined that staff was burned out because of COVID, and perhaps it was not a good idea to have summer school. However, there could further be discussions in the future. Do we want to hold summer school? And that money is allocated and earmarked for a summer school program, not a Cadillac summer school program like we had
not
before,
robust.
but
How much money?
1.2.
Well, it sounds like though we hit the trifecta there, right? So like how much did the SEL team cost per year? I don't think it was multiple millions, right?
I think that there, yeah, if you're looking at 10 employees or more.
Across both bargaining units, right?
So we hope that if you guys realize you have more money, it is our hope that you hire these positions back.
I don't think any of us are reluctant to do that. And I think for myself, I am right there with you. But again, I've lived in the conservative side, and I live in a district that is extremely conservative. So believe me, I know what it is to want and to have that desire of bringing all these folks back if we could. But again, I want us, because of the staffing, there's so many things that I want us to do right. I don't want us to be back here anytime soon.
No.
Unless we get another, God help us, But I know what he was saying. I don't want to go there, but outside of that whole, national whatever or economic, debacle that could happen, I want us to do what's right by us. And what that looks like will look very different than San Bernardino High School, than, anybody around us.
And we also don't want to make rash decisions. We want to think carefully. We want to collaborate, we want to make sure what we're all doing is the right way to go.
What you said, I think, speaks to the importance of having your colleagues and parents that you know in the community to fill out the LCAP survey. I've been talking to parents and they have no idea that it's connected to funding, right? Maybe not to all the students, right? It is specific to populations, but the surveys will give, are what we're gonna use as community feedback. So spread the word.
And can I ask a question that I truly don't understand? But since it was part of what was required of our district to shave some positions, correct? Would that get in the way of the hiring back even if we identify some additional money?
We would need to, in my opinion, because we had to submit, we were required to submit a fiscal stabilization plan, we would need to consult with the County Office of Education to ensure that we were meeting the requirements talked about in that February letter.
So it is kind of something we need to check.
I would think so, because if we're required to submit a fiscal stabilization plan that required reductions to maintain that percentage that they identified, they would recalculate the percentage based on their. We're at 90.
90 right now. The other piece there is that we, if you read the letters, it's talking about spending down your reserves, continuing deficits, and relying on one-time funds to make your budget work. And so the changes that we're all talking about would lead to a stable, repeatable base program with clearly demarcated funding sources and timeframes, where other things that we all at the table are supportive of can occur.
Right.
But we can't necessarily just start switching and adding pieces and parts without having that sustainability, or we're in the same boat we were.
And I don't think the county office would even approve it anyway. Again, if it's not if it's not a fiscal plan that makes sense and that is going to be effective over time, I wouldn't see any county office, approving it. But again, I think it's, like you said, starting with our base. What is our base? What does that look like? And what can we, with what we gain year after year, what does that start with? And then the rest is like, a layer on a cake, right? What goes up from there?
What is currently my last question is, so we've gotten a lot of staffing percentages, right? If we look at unrestricted and restricted, it's 82. If we look at just unrestricted, it's 90. Is that written down somewhere? Like, does the county just make up those numbers, or?
No, these go back to the questions of a while ago. You can find the parallel in the FICMAT report of the percentage and what it really means. And
But is that regulation written down somewhere that you have to have that percentage?
I think it goes back to best practice.
Yeah,
We've gotten away from, sorry.
Yeah,
please.
it is, it's a best practice, it's a.
But the
That
challenge
exact
is,
percentage is like
you want to
best
be,
practice
and
well
you want to
known?
be at this point, those numbers, you're quoted anywhere between 87 to 90. We're on the high end of okay. But again, the challenge on that, which I think Superintendent Sanchez was really clear about, is we're not going to be like every other district. Our choices as a community of what our base is and what our supplemental is going to lead us into challenges of where 87 might be great at one place, but maybe it's 90 here because Hollister tends to want more and do more for kids and for its community. So the things that you're going to find in our district are very different from another district because they don't have the commitment of investment across classified and certificated that this district does.
So you're saying going over those percentages to fulfill a need such as SEL might be a reasonable thing to do?
I would say
Exactly.
within the range, within the range of sustainability, but we don't have those. It's premature to look at that because we don't have enough data from even the second interim, which again, I think is going to be, I don't want to say this, it's really accurate. Going forward in terms of what it is that we do to build the budget based on the things we're describing here, along with the S&C discussions or the LCAP discussions, supplemental concentration that we're having, and then looking at what that looks like in an ability to show a multi-year sustainability would allow maybe a tick somewhere. But we can't keep going back to the deficit, the one-time funds, and our unrestricted funds going at such a rapid rate. It's not, that's the part that's unsustainable. I don't think anyone would argue the benefits of the different things we've invested in. They've been wonderful.
So I'm going to be completely hypothetical here. If in imagining the future community schools, right?
Yes.
And the funding that would come for those, and I
That's
know
grant.
that SEL is built into
Grant.
that, correct?
It is, but it's
That's
also,
grant.
So, huh?
It's also
Grant
a
funding.
three,
Okay,
but it's also a
I
3-year.
totally
Right.
understand it's grant funding, but what I'm saying is, so like, as we imagine the future, we can imagine the ways in which we fund that future.
At least
Yes.
temporary.
And so, I mean, like, I don't wanna put us in a box where we can't do anything. I don't think any of us here at that table, at this table, want to do that. But I just feel like we're gonna have to be super creative about how we find the funding that we need to do the things we need to do.
But
And then
did
check in.
creativity get us into this mess though?
Okay.
That's where partnerships
Yeah,
come in though.
Because we
Plans.
haven't had
Yeah.
a structure.
Yeah.
With plans and partners. The
Yeah.
thing about the community
Yes.
grant that we haven't talked about yet is we're supposed to synergize with community partners to share
Correct.
and
To share
build
the
that
load,
together.
to share the load,
Exactly.
right?
And,
Just like the
and
LCAP.
we could be great partners. And
Right.
building those community partnerships, there's the exciting possibility of this partnership working and connecting and getting us on.
And it's a lot of work.
It is.
And it's a lot of time, right?
It's good work, though.
And so, yeah,
It's
it's
very
good
good
work, absolutely good
Yeah.
work, but.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just thinking outside the box.
We need to
Anyway,
do
and I
that.
understand your criticism of that creativity.
Yeah, we need to think outside the
But
box,
not too big.
but somebody has to pull us back in.
No, no, I
You
think
know?
that's a very valid, because I live over here.
Yeah.
But I live
I'd love to
over
have ice cream every day.
Let's get it on. So we have, this time check is 10 till 9, so I want to honor if you
Yeah.
all have any
Keep
more
asking.
questions.
CCA, do
Um,
you have any questions?
Patrick, you have more?
Nope, that was it.
And I
And
know
this doesn't
part
have to be the
of
last
the packet
time.
had these questions in the back were
Yes,
submitted by.
It was various questions that I had received to that date by whether it was a board member or staff as they reached out about the layoff. Questions I heard in the community, questions that sites forwarded. So it's a compilation of an FAQ. It's a living document. We could continue to add to it.
Perfect.
Anything else before we adjourn? Any other?
So just, going back to my little spiel, or what I put in questions as well. So, I know we are being conservative. So we said the district is also indicating that the revised attendance numbers will have an effect in our LCFF revenue by a negative 3.4 current year, negative 2.2 negative 2.2% in 22-23, and negative 4.7% in 23-24.
I'm not sure about that. I'm sorry. If you could share it with me, I'd happy to research it for you.
I have it. I can
Oh,
share
okay.
it.
So
I'll
just,
share it with
you know,
Okay.
and that was, and your explanation had been that, you know, it was COVID having an effect.
Daily attendance rates.
Yeah, cause what I did was you know, sat the two budgets, the high schools, kind of getting an idea, because we have many families in common. But, the district, the high school is not projecting, these numbers. And, you know, we have similar families in the community. So, I just, you know, that was a question that I had.
That's the conservative approach.
Well, yeah, I think we've all concluded that tonight. And again, I know that what the perception perhaps of your labor rep may be that it's believe me, we don't, for her to say this is self-inflicting or a a made-up,
Manufactured crisis.
manufactured crisis, God, I wish it was. I really, believe me, you know, because what we had to do was not anything we wanted to do.
Yes.
And by no means do we want to be in this situation again next year. And so I definitely want to make sure that everything is transparent. You know, all of our budgets from even the breakdowns of all of our other categoricals or other funds, like cafeteria, building fund, capital facilities funds, county school facilities funds, special reserve funds for capital outlay. I mean, all of those things are important because they play a part of our budget. But those are all monies that are sitting there for a reason. And I don't think we have enough conversation about what's the idea for those.
Well, isn't part of the reason for that though, because almost all of those things fall under your consent budget. So anything that is wanting to be spent just gets, yep, we'll vote, you know, the whole thing, including things like the personnel report. You know, and I know a lot of times things come to you guys after people have been working for a month or two here.
Yes.
Or not at all.
After money has been spent.
Sure.
And so, you know, is that a process that is not working for us?
Yeah.
I would say absolutely not.
Yeah.
That's
And so
probably
how do
one of the
we-
biggest criticisms that we have, right, as a group, is just getting control of that back.
Yeah.
I think there are positions that have been created in the last year or two that I didn't even know until layoffs started to happen, that were positions. Big question mark about if they belong to our bargaining unit even, that kind of thing. I mean, to lose internal control to that level, that's a problem. Because there's statutes that govern the work of a school board, and there's just a lot of blurring of the lines, and that concerns me. Because I think once you start getting into a certain territory where you haven't adhered to statutory requirements for the creation of job classifications even, then you're exposing this district to a level of liability that I don't think it can afford to bear. So it's super critical.
No, I think that's definitely also the county, what the county letter spoke to is.
Absolutely.
And when they spoke to us, I mean, it was very similar.
100%, because it's, you know, people possess rights individually, right? And so just as someone who's taken a big step back and tried to be very objective, it worries me. It really worries me.
But I think to reassure, if anything, that's why we've all talked about position control. We've all talked about, we've requested a monthly financial expenditure report. Between us, we've all taken a bit of the budget, believe it or not. I mean, you see Liz, she's got homework. Lisa goes through every bit of board warrant, you know.
Right.
I have a long discussion about what's this and why that.
And then
But the starting point is just even the notion of bringing in any position.
Right.
The bargaining units, we should know exactly what you're thinking, so we can determine, is there a community of interest?
Right.
Do they belong to us?
Right.
Like, that's the first place to start, right?
Totally.
And then we
Agreed.
negotiate over all the pieces that are within the scope, right?
Definitely, and I think that's something, so at my job, whenever the management decides, no, definitely,
Yeah.
the management decides of a position.
Right.
They can't do anything, with the
Yeah.
board until they notify the
Right.
union.
Are you with SEMA or SEIU? So you get it,
Yeah,
right?
no, yeah, so, which
Yeah.
we've also talked about, right? So these are, if anything,
Yep.
unfortunately, lessons learned.
It's
really
lessons
hard.
learned, and we just, you know,
But we're
we're committed to
right.
steering the ship, you know, as a good labor partner. We always have been, we will continue to do that.
'Cause
And I
was
think as
concerned-
we do these staffing ratios and position control, we have a big role to play in that process to kind of keep us where we need to stay, and I think it will help us. And we have a strong interest in that, because we certainly don't like to see positions go, you know?
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to mention that I brought up what Crystal said because she's a very strong woman and she would have said it anyways.
Yeah,
No.
And it's just, that's what she believes and that's what she tells us. And so,
Well, and to what she said too, there's conservative and there's aiming unreasonably low. And outward perceptions is that we're aiming unreasonably low as to how much funding we're gonna get. Negative almost 5% enrollment or attendance in 3 years. I know we're basing our January ADA off 53% when how many hours, that's what the last you presented at the meeting.
It didn't say 53%, I think that was a
I think that was-
misinterpretation.
That was-
from-
yeah,
kept throwing that
That
one.
was
Oh.
a board member,
Just
right? Yeah.
Spoke of it,
Oh.
yeah.
So
But
what
it's not
are we
50.
basing
It's
it
held
on in
harmless
January?
funding
It's
for the
hard.
year,
It's
so
like
that,
52.97.
that was really.
Never
Well,
50.
especially
That-
when we have
Yes.
this, like Liz said, we have the same families that the high school has, so it's interesting
Yeah.
why the perception is so different.
Yeah.
Why is it? Excuse me.
Why the assumptions are, the projections are different, yeah.
Could it have to do with, I mean, I'm just, speculating, could it have to do with the fact that they have one school and they have, or one site,
That it was,
and we
the
have
budget was lower because we had less attendance at Jack.
right.
I think we're,
overhead, you know, to speak to the overhead that Erica was speaking about, like, we have so much more overhead.
That has to do with
But if
enrollment.
we were talking about enrollment, you know, the ADA, and the percentages of COVID affecting, you know, that piece.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whatever the number
High
was,
school, yeah.
we were told that the budget was lower because we had lower attendance in January. We were told that. Whatever way it was, we were told
I
that.
can clarify,
That
And
happened everywhere.
if you like, I can
Yeah.
clarify that.
just
But
one
also,
second.
speaking to the point of
Teachers
the
spent,
ADA.
one second, Sean, let
Sorry.
me finish my thought, sorry.
Before you forget.
Teachers spent hours. How many hours, Erica? Like, you gave us hours, we worked hours on
Dozens
top of
upon
that, creating,
dozens,
or, filling out those independent contracts to get that money back.
And that helped.
Yet, we're still aiming that low.
Mhm.
So when we're aiming that low over and over and over again, I understand where the perception of a manufactured crisis comes from, because it seems like we're aiming far lower than we need to.
One of the great points, and I absolutely appreciate being able to talk to them and answer that. So one thing to think about, going back to why, and it'll answer Betsy's question, why we are comparing ourselves in a different manner from the Hollister School District to the high school when they're just down the street from us. Time over time, the historic trend is always that when you have an elementary school child or a little itty bitty one, a family is most likely to maintain that child home when they have a little runny nose or, you know, whatever the symptom is, versus a high schooler that's more independent and ends up going to the high school. I mean, it's just the trend historically always. Answering the question now that Patrick, that you stated in regards to the independent study contracts and whether or not, you know, I want to answer whether or not that helped. That helped tremendously. Some of our ADA averages in January were at 68%. We're in the 60s. The average of the ADA in some schools that were extremely low day after day went up to the high 80s, the low 90s. The efforts that our classified staff in the office, the classified staff that worked evenings, weekends, our teachers that put in hours, it helped. It truly helped. However, our P2 enrollment or attendance report's not done yet. It's done in the next week or so, I believe, because it's always in April. We don't have what it's going to determine. Do I think it's going to be lower than the 5297? I think it's going to be right around that mark, because if we're looking at some of the schools in the high 80s, whereas before we used to be like at 96%, it is going to have an impact. It will.
But P2 will tell, and we'll get that fairly soon, and we could share that.
And if it changes and it's above that, I certainly would love to put
That and
$2
adopt
million
the
more in our
budget.
books.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
the number being used for the multi-year,
That's the
Right.
number being used for
Mhm.
second interim,
for second
because
interim.
that's what we,
Right, that's what we have.
Well, and we were advised to do that too.
Yeah,
So we're
right.
also trying to live within
But I
all
think
of our.
that's a good clarification, right?
Mhm.
That's
I'm hoping
the
for more.
advisement. Hopefully.
You wanted to say something, Jill?
Oh, yes, speaking of enrollment and so forth, I'm wondering, and I cannot remember, it's late in the numbers has gone out of my head, but has Hollister School District represented itself at the state where they're trying to get funding to be from enrollment and not attendance?
We've talked
We've
about that,
definitely talked about lobbying for that.
but
But we haven't gone there or
No, we-
sent anything.
We have not gone.
CSEA has,
Oh, really?
does.
Yeah, CTA
Yeah.
so has
has done some.
CTA, so
I've
has
said
the
that too.
administrators.
Okay.
We've sent letters, we haven't gone to Sacramento per se, but
Road trip.
Plan a field trip.
Yeah.
Field trips are okay
we've
now.
been here every day.
Now, at what level does that happen? Because I know that Zolotron is gonna be here, she's congressional, but that's federal, right?
I believe.
I think it's state.
It's state.
It's
It's
state.
state.
That's why CTA is so involved.
Okay,
And
so.
CSEA.
yeah.
Because basically what it's
So would that
saying,
be assembly?
Ana Caballero?
Cabaret.
Either
All of-
Caballero
yeah.
or.
I think
or
so.
Rivas.
because what it says is that, you know, if I'm a classroom teacher and I've got 30 kids on my roster, every day I plan for 30 kids.
Yes.
Whether 30 show up or 20 show up.
We are in complete agreement. that
And
would
the
make it
lights are
better.
on for
Yeah.
20 or 30,
Right.
That's right.
you know,
It
and
makes
so
it
it
better.
doesn't make any
We'll
sense.
start
There is
working
no
on that
less
lobby.
work.
Yes.
I mean, that's.
Thank
Do
you for
another
reminding me.
resolution.
Actually, that isn't a bad idea.
No, it's not a bad idea, yeah. Okay, any other questions?
Yeah,
or
or,
comments?
yeah, Caballero, Senator,
Ana Caballero?
Okay.
SB 830.
There we go. I knew it was something like that.
Thank you.
Okay, we got homework to do. If there isn't any questions or comments, are we ready to adjourn? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
A second? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much
Thank
for providing us.
Thanks, Robin.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you,
Okay,
appreciate
thank
it.